inclusivas y sostenibles. De la mano de la Agencia para el Desarrollo Económico de la Ciudad de Córdoba, llega el quinto Foro Mundial de Desarrollo Económico Local. 5 días de transmisión en vivo. Más de 200 disertantes de América, Europa, Asia y África, construyendo respuestas territoriales, adaptadas al contexto global. Territorios e innovación, desigualdad y pandemia, el futuro del trabajo y el trabajo del futuro. Del 26 de mayo al 1 de junio, el mundo se da cita en nuestra ciudad. Juntos tenemos futuro. No te lo pierdas.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us today on our second day at the World Forum on Local Development. Mariana Martin is here with me. Welcome, Franco. It is an honor for us to greet you today on this second day on the 5th World Forum. You know, this initiative is organized by ADEC and organized by an international committee made up of the following organizations: the UNDP, represented by the United Nations Development Program, the International Labor Organization, ORUFOGAR, the United Regions Organization, the UCLG, the United States and Local Governments, FAMC, SEBRAE, the Brazilian Micro and Small Businesses Support Service, the Municipality of Turin, and the Government of Cape Verde, in coordination with a national committee comprised by the following organizations: ADEC, the Municipality of Cordoba, the Government of the Province of Cordoba, and the national government. And as you know, we'll have a 6-hour streaming session that started yesterday until June 1st. And simultaneously, we'll have roundtables, the role of social economy and solidarity in the sustainable development and the future of labor. This is organized by the ILO and by ADEC. In this roundtable, study cases on financial mechanisms will be presented, and best practices on finances will be presented. And among the simultaneous activities, the business forum will take place today, the keys to local development, the viewpoint of business, the business sector. This will be streamed at 6 p.m. Argentine time through a DEC YouTube channel. And also in the official YouTube channel, all of these sessions will be recorded, so those of you who didn't have a chance to follow them live, you can go to the official YouTube channel. And today we'll have a plenary session, 2 panels, and a master class. And remember that you can see all of this information and registration in the website that is on the screen. I'd like to thank all of the people that are joining us from around the world. That this forum that is intended to promote and foster social dialogue and establish global networks and partnerships for continuous growth. So thank you very much for joining us on the 5th World Forum. Mariana, and please, everybody else, please join us on this survey that we're going to be running today. 3 questions, 3 different topics that will be developed today. Have you ever participated in a similar type of forum, Let Work Forum 2021? Yes or no? Do you think that virtual streaming opens more opportunities? Yes or no? And the last question, would you like the forum to be broadcast in a virtual way? This is the first time it is a virtual forum, but maybe you find it useful, you find it that it's a good idea, then you can answer that question. Of course, I mean, we can have an on-site and also a virtual forum. This is through Instagram, the Instagram of the forum, so you can answer these survey. And thank you for your participation. Hashtag is Let Work Forum 2021. We'll now begin with the first plenary session, thematic line number 2, territorial economic models to address inequality in the pandemic crisis. This panel is organized by the UNDP and the city of Buenos Aires, and we'll have a look at the presentations now. Urban and territorial policies, innovative urban and territorial policies to address growing inequality. This panel is moderated by Jairo Acuña Alfaro, who is a leader of governance in the UNDP for Latin America and the Caribbean. He has over 20 years of experience in democratic governments, globally, regionally, and at a country level. Between 2014 and 2019, he was the official advisor of UNPD. He conducted different kinds of reforms in different countries. Welcome, Jairo. The floor is yours. Good morning, and thank you very much. It's for your invitation. It's an honor to moderate this very interesting panel for the UNDP. It is an honor to participate in this World Forum, and for me, having the opportunity to moderate a session with six members coming from different regions of the world. They'll be discussing which are the innovations that are taking place at a local level to address inequality issues that COVID-19 crisis has uncovered. I'd like to thank everyone for joining us on this panel today. I would like, if you allow me, to share my screen because I'd like to introduce the panel members, and if I read their biographies, then bios, then I'll be spending more than 6 hours. So I'd like to do it very in a more friendly way. So first of all, we'll have six panel members, and I'd like to introduce them very briefly in their order. There will be two rounds, 5 minutes each, where presenters will be sharing their experiences on the issue of the panel, and between each of the rounds, we'll have some time for questions and answers. We want to have the opportunity to open this panel for discussion. So presentations will follow this order. We'll start with Sabrina Lucatelli. She's a senior expert in regional policy in favor of rural areas and in territorial approach for education and health policies from the presidency of the Ministry of the Council Evaluation Unit Government of Italy. With us also Professor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o, Governor of Kisumu County, Republic of Kenya. After that, Alexandro Rinaldi, who is the head of territorial development of the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. After that, Oriol Estela Barnett, who's a general coordinator of the Metropolitan Strategic Plan of Barcelona, and Bruno Quick, technical director of SEBRAE from the Educational Foundation of Minas Gerais, and Maria Paula Mariano, who is the Undersecretary of Social Integration and Habitat from the city of Buenos Aires. The panel is very dynamic and interesting. They will be sharing their own experiences in each of their territories. The thematic line is territorial inequalities that have been taking place and increasing during pandemic times. Today, it is crucial to address inequality because regional inequalities within countries oftentimes are even greater than inequalities among countries. And this is where territories play a significant role. Therefore, planning it and urban governance are paramount to take advantage of cities as catalyzers for economic growth. I would like to remind the panel members and the audience the two questions we have prepared for the first session. 5 minutes for each panel member. And the first question then is, which are the factors to fight inequality in COVID-19 crisis. And the explanation here is that at the territorial level, where multiple dimensions of inequality materialize an impact on the quality of life of people and communities in terms of socioeconomic mobility, access to employment, social services, physical environment, institutional culture environments. However, at the same time, it is at that territorial local level where solutions can be better implemented, customized solutions in order to foster socioeconomic cohesion and reduce the effects of inequality. So we'd like to begin with Sabrina so she can share her experience on the factors to fight inequality in COVID-19 crisis. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for this opportunity, Chair. The first thing I want to say that if for in facing such a big crisis like COVID-19, the most important things is to have clear policies, well targeted, focused, and built up through partnership with population. To have such a policies is extremely important to have strong administrations. And good administrations are necessary at different levels. In my country, for example, state, regions, and local administrations. In this moment, COVID showed us how important is of a good territorial health policy. And to do that is very much important to work with a districtual territorial approach. It is extremely important to monitor policies impacts on different territories, especially remote rural areas. They need a special attention, and the ordinary policies, schooling, health, transportations need to be focused. We have been working very much in this period close with the OECD, and we understood that in this moment broadbanding for remote areas is like oxygen. Many of the inequalities in the schooling at the moment still in remote areas is still a problem to have the high distance schooling. Still in my country is still a problem, not only broadbanding, but also mobile phones sometimes. And we need to prepare and to train teachers with this new way of doing schooling. We find, my final point will be for younger generations. We need more attention from our policies for young people. In a moment of climate change and big challenges, we need to work with the young generation and to prepare them for different enormous challenges. Thanks a lot for this opportunity, and I'm ready to share with your organization whatever you need from my country.
Excelente. Muchísimas gracias, Sabrina.
Thank you, Sabrina Lucatelli. I believe your presentation was very clear, the factors that are needed to fight inequality based on the experience you have in the evaluation unit in the government of Italy. Approaching the younger generations is required to project the recovery of inequality, to fight inequality. One of the biggest challenges we have is the reactivation of the educational system. This is the reality in many countries. Thank you. Thank you, Sabrina Lucatelli. I'd like to remind all of the panel members that we have simultaneous interpretation in different languages. Interpreters are doing it simultaneously, so you don't need to stop. You just you speak slowly, but do not stop because we have simultaneous interpreters. Okay, let's continue now. We're now moving to Kenya with Professor Peter Anyon. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Professor, thank you very much for joining us on this World Forum. And well, can you tell us about the factors that are needed?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You tried to pronounce my name. You did your best, but it is pronounced Anyang Nyong'o. The Constitution of Kenya, in line with the fact that development is best taken at the grassroots, where people live, was changed in the year 2010 to create two tiers of government in Kenya. One, the national government, which is one, and 47 county governments which are devolved governance. We say in Kenya that there are two systems of government which are separate but interdependent. The devolved systems of government have specific functional responsibilities on the national and county governments. The newly established county governments have wider responsibilities when it comes to issues that relate to where the rubber touches the ground, that is health, education, water, social services, and so on. Kenya's devolution program seeks to establish an efficient, decentralized governance system in the country. The devolution process has yielded numerous results, highly relevant experiences made in the implementation process. In the last 7 years, in particular, counties have made substantial progress in delivering the investments and services to their citizens, including agriculture, primary healthcare, pre-primary education, urban services, county roads, and public works. The national government is responsible for development of national policies and for capacity building for the country. County governments have come up with innovative solutions to overcome implementation barriers and instituted new ways to deliver services to Kenya's citizens. Addressing the growing inequalities aggravated by COVID-19 requires collaboration between all stakeholders and should focus on the following areas. For example, one, supporting businesses to access credit guarantee for people whose occupations or employments have been disrupted by the pandemic, particularly the small and medium enterprises and the informal traders. Two, ensuring effective access to essential healthcare and other basic social services In particular, population groups and individuals who have been drawn into vulnerability due to the pandemic. 3, supporting child health line initiatives and other partners to provide counseling services, address mental health and psychosocial support, targeting children and youth in their homes, communities, and in institutions and quarantine isolation centers. 4, facilitating coordination with health, water, nutrition, and other sectors to ensure that COVID-19 prevention services are accessible to the hard-to-reach children in the informal settlements, arid and semi-arid areas, and so on. And 5, reviewing the more expansive and inclusive safety nets. In accordance with its purpose, the Council of Governors, which is the governing body of the counties, and its secretariat, provides requisite support to the counties in delivering the devolution agenda efficiently and effectively. As part of its support to the counties, the Council of Governors has recently set up a best practice center, locally known in Kenya as Maarifa Center, to provide a platform for peer-to-peer learning and knowledge exchange and bring together the global best practices that could help the counties adopt inclusive business models and achieve the desired goal of inclusive growth. The Maarifa Center provides an ecosystem for inter-county and peer-to-peer learning and knowledge exchange of experiences and lessons learned. The center will follow different ways to disseminate the knowledge products, online and offline channels, and face-to-face knowledge sharing events. Distinguished delegates, there is need for urban territorial policies to look beyond the public sector and draw lessons from non-state providers such as social enterprises and private sector that contribute to the inclusive. In any case, the private sector is always the most robust source of employment in a growing economy like ours. Moreover, Kenya's Vision 2030 program has set ambitious targets for economic growth, which recognizes the important role of the private sector in achieving inclusive growth. Finally, the intervention to address emerging gender issues with the pandemic include: 1 is designating gender-safe accommodation for gender-based violence survivors and create space in county referral hospitals to serve as gender-based violence recovery centers. And secondly, promoting use of alternative means of gender-based violence, safe outreach, and awareness basic that limit direct. That is, using traditional methods such as town criers and use of loudspeakers. Thirdly, supporting gender champions and sign language interpreters to activate and communicate an alert chain to reach gender-based violence survivors, or those in imminent danger of injury and harm. And finally, strengthening inclusive community outreach strategies to ensure gender-based violence messaging is localized and clear and address stigma, discrimination, and other power dynamics that serve as barriers to accessing gender-based violence services, COVID-19 information among differently able persons. That brings us to attention, bringing on board key stakeholders to actively engage and sensitize the youth on reproductive health, HIV/AIDS, and COVID-19 prevention measures. I thank you, Mr.
Profesor Anian, muchísimas gracias por esta intervención. Creo que ha sido muy clara.
Thank you very much, Professor, and your explanation was really clear. I'd like to point out something very important that you said. It's the coordination and people's involvements. All the stakeholders must be involved, the private sector, even the child care topics in the community. And I really want to point out that county conversation and agreements that you have in Kenya, very, very nice, very interesting. Now we'll go to Europe and we'll give the floor to Alessandro Reinoldi. if you tell me from your perspective, what are those factors that we can use to fight inequality? Thank you very much, Jairo. Gracias
I would
al...
like to thank the organizers, UNDP, the city of Buenos Aires for this session, and the city of Cordoba for hosting this very interesting forum. Let's get into the subject. So, what are the factors, the enabling factors to fight inequality? Well, first, we have to say that inequalities depend on a very wide number of reasons, and most of them are not necessarily local. They can be they can take place beyond the local level, but they have an impact on places, and indeed they have often an asymmetrical impact on places. They don't impact in the same way in each single place where we live. Therefore, fighting inequalities is not trivial, it's not simple at all, and we all know that. I would mention three factors which I feel are important. First, knowledge. I think that we need knowledge. We need knowledge of the territorial context, data, indicators, spatial analysis. We need to understand what is the nature of inequalities and the distribution of the territory. And you all know it's not easy. We have a wealth of national data, but when we go down to the territorial articulations, it's very, very difficult to get reliable and comparable data. But second, we need knowledge from communities as well. We need knowledge from stakeholders. We need to put together this tacit knowledge that exists in the people, in the communities, in the local communities, together with the explicit knowledge that comes from science. And we think this combination is indeed powerful. The second element is about international and national policies. So it's not a local element, but it's very important because we need policies designed at international and national level, but they need to be kind of conscious about the territory where they impact. They might not be place-based, but they need to be place-sensitive. They need to understand how they are deployed in the territory. And third, we go to the local scale, and there I would say something that resonates with what Sabrina Lucatelli has mentioned. We need quality of institutions. We think that the prosperity of places and prosperity of the communities, local communities, depend on the quality of both formal and informal institutions. And so it's not only about laws, codes, it's also about trust, it's also about informal practice, it's also about networking and the ability to put together talents and savoir-faire that lies in communities, in a way that we can actually understand and empower local community to be at the core of the development processes of the places the citizens would live in. Finally, one word on another enabler, in my view, which is what we all know, which is Agenda 2030. Why do I call Agenda 2030 a general enabler to fight this inequality? Well, first, because it's a common language, and probably it's the first time we all have a common language to share, from Argentina to Kenya, from Europe to Asia to Australia. We talk about the SDGs and we talk about the localization of SDGs. And I think that this is enormously powerful, because it allows us to put together our experience, our challenges, the obstacles that we face in deploying and in achieving the sustainable development goals at the local level. Probably we're not using that so much, but I hope that we can improve altogether. Thank you.
Alessandro, muchísimas gracias.
Alessandro, thank you very much. Very important messages that you have given us. First, the enablers. First, the importance of knowledge, both in the scientific community as well as in the territories, the importance of policies that connect the national with the local, and third, the quality of the institutions to put in place these policies, and reminding us of the Agenda 2030, the 2030 Agenda. When we come back with you, I'd like you to go deeper into the 2030 Agenda. How is it part of the solution at stake? So we'll stay in Europe, but we'll go to Barcelona and we'll give the floor to Oriol Stella Barnett. Go ahead, Oriol.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation to discuss the Metropolitan Strategic Plan of Barcelona, which I am coordinating at the moment. I agree with all of the presentations, particularly with the enabling factors that Alexandra Rinaldi discussed. And I'd like to share my perspective that we are applying in the new Metropolitan Strategic Plan of Barcelona. This is what we call the foundational economy. And what does foundational economy mean? It means to have a different look at, it's a different perspective.
Recording in progress.
In Spain and in other countries, we need to focus developing policies in sectors and activities that we all compete for, which are high added value activities, which are the drivers of territorial development. And we have left aside activities that are the fundamental, the basis of our economy. And these are activities that are taken for granted. And in cities such as ours, Barcelona, nobody would think that they could become a problem or a strategic policy. These are policies that are oriented to activities or that generate economic activities that are linked with the essential needs of the population. That's why they're called foundational economies. So we need to have clean air to breathe. We need food and water to feed ourselves, the amount of water and foods that are necessary for our nutrition and development. We need housing where we can, which is our shelter. We need energy as a fundamental component to sustain a decent life. We need to warm ourselves. We need to have, and also transportation and mobility. So these five components that at some point they were the core aspects of the policies where we developed our urban centers, and these factors allowed for the growth of the cities, and population was also able to grow. And this even took place in very remote areas. And at some point, we left behind this foundational economy, and and well, this foundational economy that actually improved the life of the quality of life of the people and the life expectancy. So as we left foundational economies aside, and we also kind of the private sector took responsibility, and now we are in a situation in many cities, and the two subsequent crises we've gone through in our city, for example, this 2018-2019 crisis, financial crisis, and the COVID-19 crisis, have uncovered the needs of these foundational services or economies. In Barcelona, we had a water shortage. We have issues with food supply because we depend on international markets. And in some basic food, we're having some issues. And these are issues that might be or can be considered to be addressed, but we are having some problems. Thank you, Oriol, for your presentation on the importance of foundational economy and the 5 factors that you addressed. We'd like to come back in the second round so as to look at the solutions that can be provided to address the inequalities that would cause mainly by a COVID-19 crisis. I'd like to remind the audience, if you have any questions or comments, please write it on the chat. We'll now move to Brazil. Bruno, quick. Go ahead, Bruno.
Initially, I'd like to thank the city of Cordoba for hosting this 5th edition of the forum, the UNDP for the coordination, and all the participants, the speakers. So, hello, everybody. Well, here in Brazil, I'm gonna talk a little about, with more emphasis, about small businesses, okay, and entrepreneurship. Well, SEBRAE, the Brazilian Small Business Support Agency, we work towards a fairer and more equitable environment for Brazilian entrepreneurs. In this sense, in times of COVID-19, incentive campaigns like for purchasing in a small local business were an option to reduce the negative impacts. It was necessary to work on adapting the small business to a world in a very fast and constant change. We didn't know what would happen the day before, the day after. We made investments in digital inclusion for small business, mainly through training so that those businesses would remodel and expand their digital presence, especially enabling them to access new markets through online sales. The democratization of special lines of credit and the investment in financial management training were very important to guide companies as they manage cash flow and try to reduce costs, and in a time of crisis to stay alive, to keep working and stay alive. That's very important, to keep jobs and income for many people. It proved to be fundamental to quickly, and this word is very important, quickly create public policies that would provide financial relief to companies, guaranteeing the maintenance of essential services such as water, energy, and internet access, even in case of debts due to non-payment. That was very important. So they would keep working in digital basis. The ability to renegotiate debts and policies for maintaining jobs, especially through payroll financing and to mitigate the impact of the crisis. This idea of keep companies working was essential. So also the role of government in postponing, suspending, and parceling out the payment of taxes and other obligations, and stimulating contract negotiations, such as rental agreements, has provided small business some relief. It was very important at this time, and still are important. Campaigns and assistance for small business to follow health protocols in order to keep companies open safely, focusing on specific protocols for each sector. The small business sector is very diverse, so we need to develop special protocols for each sector. Finally, in this first question, I would highlight the protection of the population in situation of vulnerability, guaranteeing minimum income through temporary special payments for the duration of the pandemic. It would give them income and keep the local economy running. As in the case of the payment of the emergency financial assistance that occurred here in Brazil. Those policies altogether helped to fight inequality by keeping many jobs and income, avoiding an even more dramatic impact in families and communities. So that's it for the first question. Thank you.
Bruno, muchísimas gracias. Bastante ejecutivo como el sector privado.
Thank you, Bruno. You've been quite precise. This is a key issue, and I'm really glad that the private sector was included in this panel. Our director for Latin America and the Caribbean reminds us that these are SMEs, but they have very large impact on economies. Only in the case of Latin America, they account for almost 90% of the total number of companies, 60% of formally employed workers, and they generate about 25% of the GDP. This is Latin America. As you said, then, they are accountable for a large part of the supply of goods and services in the region and at regional and local levels. Finally, we'll go back to Argentina and give the floor to Paula Mariano from the city of Buenos Aires. Paula Mariano, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. I'd like to share with you from our own practices the general framework the government of the city of Buenos Aires in 2006. We started with the social development, with the public policy and integration. Integration by itself has enabling factors that favor implementation, and somehow this allowed us to manage COVID in a much more sustainable way. This integration policies has three main ideas. One, to go from bottom up and to work in vulnerable communities. An outlook and a focus on the person and the community that promotes diversity. And in other way, to have participating processes that make the decision-making a cross-sectional approach, like religious ideas, institutional strengthening. This policy reaches 35,000 neighbors who are in different communities. One is called Rodrigo Bueno, another one is Playón de Chacarita. I would like to identify 7 enabling factors that are going to help us fight inequality and to continue working on it. The first factor is to be able to have a sustainable job, social, environmental, and economic work that departs from each person's identity and from each neighborhood, and to be able to think about differentiated solutions. A second factor has to do with thinking about a state that is near people and that is there, that focuses on everyday bonding with the people, and that is at the service of the neighbors, from accessing to information to implementation of different public policies. A third factor is to be able to think about a holistic approach, an interdisciplinary approach. We have a brigade that joins the social, economic, and health factor. Fourth, participation. We understand that it's the heart of development. This participation for us is very localized because it recognizes the differences among those who live in the neighborhood. There are different idiosyncrasies, their ecosystems, their networks, their resilience, their trust circles. And from there, we start organizing debates, organizations that participate in most of the work that we do every day. We also have different issues, maybe ensuring gender equality, diversity, nationality diversity. And from then on, to start thinking about different days and places, the common language, the availability of time, so that participation can be guaranteed, and that can guarantee the decision-making process in all the constructions that we do, whether it's collective constructions or daily constructions, and a lot of consensus in all the measures that we are carrying out. Fifth factor, we recognize that trust is key to manage the pandemic, but also politics in general. Another factor that helped us is information. It was mentioned before, knowledge and information for implementing public policies, collecting data. Seventh, the articulation among the ministries and the secretariats and the different departments. And from then, that allowed us to manage this pandemic, not only from the housing ministry, but also having a multidisciplinary table with the public and the private sector, and that reduced the impact of the pandemic in a very efficient way in all the neighborhoods, and that is a process that is beginning.
Paula, muchas gracias. Veo que tenías tu reloj habilitado.
Thank you, Paula, for setting up the clock. You've been very eloquent in those 7 factors from the point of view of the city of Buenos Aires that really complement the outlooks that we had from the other panelists. We'll go now directly to the second part. The second question. We have a little problem with the time because we have to try to finish as punctual as possible. So I'm going to ask everybody to try to focus ourselves and our answers on something very specific. 3 minutes tops to finish it, because we cannot extend this session much more. Let's focus on an example, a solution example, or a political practice, innovative political practice to approach inequality. Just as we did before, we're going to follow the same order of the presentations. So let's begin with Sabrina Lucatelli in Italy. Go ahead, Sabrina.
Thanks a lot, Chair. The example I will bring to this conference is our national strategy for inner areas. This is a special policies which was already organized before COVID, but which in the end proved to be extremely useful for Italian remote areas. We have been working with communities and 72 areas around our countries with a strategic approach. So each area is composed by municipalities associations. They built up a strategy for overcoming the depopulation question. and they are investing together in private activities, job creations, investments, but also in reorganizations of basic services, education, transportations, and health. The importance of I would like to underline some positive and negative aspects of this experience in the light of COVID. In good experience is the way in which the state, the regions, and the local administrations have been working and collaborating very much on this strategy. The fact that the people from the administrations, experts, they went in the field and they shared and co-decided the solutions with the communities. The good reactions of mayors and the commitments that mayors are taking, associating themselves. The associations of municipalities was an obligation, okay? No strategies if they were not cooperating between themselves, and they are doing that. This is a big transformation which is happening. The weakness is the weakness of local authorities. They are not all the time ready, you know, especially in project designing and project implementation, which is an important, it's an important aspect of any policies when you try to achieve it in the territories. And one other also difficulties that we had, there was the rigidity of central administrations, and the fact that they were linked to rules which were not always, you know, helping the small numbers of remote areas. Thanks a lot.
Sabrina, muchísimas gracias. Muy útil este ejemplo que nos das. Pasamos inmediatamente.
Thank you, Sabrina. Now, Professor Peter, are you still online? I cannot see you in the session, so let's continue with Alessandro Reinoldi in the European Communion.
Yeah, thank you, Jairo. I would mention very quickly two topics. One is knowledge, again, and one is a method which is called the smart specialization. Knowledge is about putting together, again, data and understanding of how inequalities work. We at the European Commission, we are working on the localization of SDGs and have published a handbook on SDG voluntary local reviews that actually intends to dig into the production and understanding of local-based indicators to serve cities and local communities to understand what they are doing for the achievement of the SDGs and whether they're doing it right or wrong. I just invite you to visit our websites and take profit, hopefully, from a number of knowledge tools. The second point is about Europe, the European Union, as probably the most important world experiment on place-based policy. So on regional and cohesion policy, which is going on since 1989, so basically 30 years from now. And in more recent times, we have developed smart specialization as a methodology to actually allow the tackling of global challenges at the local level through the customization of the approach, through the prioritization of the policy actions, and through the mobilization of stakeholders and communities. There are hundreds of these strategies going on in European countries and regions. Also, some cities are applying that. We believe, we know that some Latin American countries and regions are interested in this methodology. We are working very closely with the United Nations, UNDP, and UN headquarters. in order to really put together a consistent and solid framework to use smart specialization as a method to achieve the SDGs at the local level, and take also profit from a huge experience of strategy building and strategy implementation that is working in the European Union.
Alessandro, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much for your approach on SDGs. We think it's really essential and very relevant. Now, Oriol Stella, I interrupted your presentation before you ended your presentation, so I apologize for that. So, since Peter had to leave, then you can take his time and probably go deeper into your presentation. No problem, Jairo. Thank you very much. Here I'd like to focus on innovative practice that we are developing, which is the mobility of foundational economy that addresses not only social inequalities but territorial inequalities. In the case of Barcelona and the metropolitan strategic plan, we have this wide perspective that is involving such a complex territory as a metropolitan region. In the region, within the region, foundational economy is planned, is intended to benefit all of the stakeholders, all of the society as a whole, and basic services, universal services that and that all of the current policies sort of jeopardize. So we are proposing what we call a space contract or a space agreement, so that we have all of the minimum conditions set, focusing on the basic components that I mentioned before that comprise foundational economy, so that all territories have basic capacities and the basic infrastructure, basic services that allow them to develop themselves. When we talk about urban centers, these are the centers that get most of the benefits because they can generate more economic activities, more added value activities. So the space agreement actually sets what we call the pre-distribution policies or guidelines, so that territories have what it takes to develop themselves. Also considering inequality, there are many cases in territories how to also set compensation mechanisms so that these territories can overcome inequality issues. For example, a digital connection, 5G, so that not only metropolitan centers but remote areas can have access to these services. This would be my viewpoint. Thank you. Thank you, Oriol. I think that this social agreement that you discuss have to do with more an increasing governance in order to distribute these opportunities in a more inclusive and more fair way. Thank you, Oriol, and I'd like to apologize again for the interruption before. Now we're going to Brazil, to Bruno Quick, so you can discuss your view on the business sector.
The ways to face inequalities in Brazil through entrepreneurship happened with the launch of the individual micro entrepreneur policy in 2008. 13 years ago, created as an easy way to formalize business without costs and bureaucracy. It was very important. When formalized as individual micro-entrepreneur by paying a small predefined fee per month, the entrepreneur is entitled to benefits such as maternity leave, sick aid, and access to retirement pension, besides being able to hire one employee. Last year, right during the pandemic, we had a 2.6 million increase in the number of this type of businesses, which represented 20% over the previous year. So it was an explosion or formalization of those employees, of those entrepreneurs, reaching the number of 12 million formalized enterprise in this category. In order to assist this target audience and taking into account the challenges created by the pandemic, we made a great effort to prepare the individual micro-entrepreneur to offer better customer services and operate digitally, especially in the service sector, the most impacted one. One of our innovative approach was to deliver training and consultancy through the WhatsApp application, widely used in Brazil, very popular here. We also established partnerships with marketplace, the huge ones, to open new markets and help boost sales in this challenging time for Brazilian entrepreneurs. We have partnered with financial agents to provide special credit lines such as Pronamp, a special line for the COVID crisis. A prompt solution where Brazilian government offers guarantees. We had major online national events such the Individual Micro-Entrepreneur Week, 1 week dedicated to them, which in the course of 7 days delivered customer assistance to over 500,000 individual micro-entrepreneurs a few weeks ago. 500,000 assistant micro-entrepreneurs in 1 week. Another solution created by Sebrae to disseminate helpful information was Sebrae Respostas, simple solutions. The largest online community on business and entrepreneurship in Brazil, where people can get responses to recurring simple topics, such as how to open a business, how to manage, how to postpone a debt, innovation, taxes, and finances. Only in this tool, we have over 10 million page interactions during 2020. Simple answers for simple questions, objective problems. Sebrae increased this training and guidelines for these sectors, in addition to building safety health protocols for reopening, very important. And to finish, at last, I would like to highlight some critical aspects that still need to be worked on to improve the business environment and reduce inequalities, such as a better offer and distribution of public policies in a country as wide as Brazil. Diminish the inflexibility of fiscal policies. It's always a problem to get money for poor people. And long deadline demand by the bureaucracies take too long. The time of the entrepreneurs is a lot quicker than the time of the bureaucrats. And foster cooperation between the small business and defense network in order to advocate new policies. If I had to emphasize only one solution, I would tell that we should improve government agility so they could be closer to communities and act quicker in delivering policies. Thank you very much.
Bruno, muchísimas gracias. Creo que es muy importante.
Bruno, thank you very much. I think what you said about agility and the speed of governments, last but not least, Paula from the city of Buenos Aires.
Thank you very much. Let's continue now with the integration project. One of the actions that were consolidated and agreed upon 2 years ago was to develop in Rodrigo Bueno's neighborhood a white Rivera with a heritage, and they could put native plants inside the neighborhood. And that was one of the initiatives that a group of women from the neighborhood that were self-managed organized that, and they were already working the land. We facilitated the access to the land for this organic heritage. Then we organized the trade, the selling of that. So they become an association, a partners, consolidated partnership, and then to build bridges, public-private bridges. That would foster specific loans for cooperations. After 1 year, what we saw was to be able to consolidate this public-private bridge. We signed an agreement with a nice hotel that allowed that organic heritage to sell their vegetables, and this organization took it to their daily menus. This alliance was like a first sign for future articulations between the private and public sector, and the positive effect of having promoted and sanctioned and passed the law to social and popular economy that has as a kickoff to promote the cooperatives, the popular sectors, and to continue agreeing with the productive sector and organizing training to have more access to the electronic markets and all the possibilities that the small self-managed organizations have. This law, among other things, allows us to finance and potentiate the workers who already exist, but they maybe are in an informal system. They set up at least a 30% purchasing for any state entity, and that promotes visibility and a trend to becoming more formal. And we think that these direct purchases also allowed the private sector to know all the offers, because right now the private sector, they don't know that there are these kinds of offers in small communities. And from then on, to set up different financial mechanisms and marketing mechanisms, some of those mechanisms that we can now, in this formal legal framework, offer to these communities. Thank you very much, Paula. I think you've been that example has been very, very useful with this law in Argentina, Buenos Aires. We have about 15 minutes now to have questions and answers, to interact with the audience. We have received a few questions from the audience, and I think all of them have a common denominator that has to do with the balance. What do you get from this pandemic? 1 year and a half after the pandemic started, with the first cases started in COVID-19 in the world, the question is, what is the balance of the actions for the vulnerable sectors? What are the results? What is the balance that you make of the effect and of the measures made and taken, and have you been able to measure impact in time? I think I'd like to, maybe if one of the panelists would like to start, would like to be the first to answer this question. Can you please raise your hand and I'll open the microphone to you? And since we have 15 minutes left, I'd like to open to you the possibility to ask a question to one of the other panelists. Like if one panelist has a question for another panelist, that's something else. Another common denominator that I found is the importance of coordination, co-creation, co-editing among the different sectors. There are no monopolies for a sustainable recovery at territorial level. We have to work together. Private sector, public sector, the academia, with generation of knowledge and evidence. So I'd like to open this moment to and the opportunity to you. If any of you wants to be the first to answer the question, please raise your hand. And well, as I said, what is the evaluation of the actions? What were the results of the actions in the vulnerable places?
Oriol, adelante.
Oriel, go ahead. Yeah, to break the ice of these difficult questions, it's difficult to answer sometimes. I think there were like three types of responses. There was one that was the activating the emergency services mechanisms that the local authorities had. I'm talking about Barcelona and the metropolitan area. And that worked rather well, but of course they were overwhelmed. They weren't unable to answer to all of the issues the way they would have wanted to. Then there were other responses, the citizens' response. They organized themselves, and from a moment on, once the complexity of being lockdown passed, I think they were able to get organized, and I think we detected certain movements, and that includes companies as well as citizens in general who got organized to give answers to this situation. We had some examples of this co-creation that you mentioned, but I think there is a new path to work and establish in a more appropriate way this type of actions. Third, and you mentioned that too, what we have detected is a lack of coordination, especially at territorial level. We have an authority, a metropolitan area. When we analyzed Marina Thomas, she is in charge of, she's an expert of the metropolitan areas. Well, they calculated that more than 1,700 actions developed at local level in this territory. Only 60 of those 1,700 were done jointly among the different cities. So we are demanding from a metropolitan area in a crisis situation, but the responses have been very specific, very pointed out, not very much coordinated, and we have corrected that in time, but we have a lot to think about. How to fight inequality, because coordination is going to affect the most vulnerable ones, the ones that have the fewer resources to face these type of situations. Thank you, Oriol. I wouldn't want to put Bruno in the spotlight, but Bruno, I think the private sector and the SMEs have been a victim of that uncoordination, non-coordinated job in this year and a half of the pandemic. Bruno, do you have anything to comment about that?
Perfecto.
Okay, first thing, besides the dramatic situation of the small business, a big portion of them, we had a kind of a nice surprise. We expected the mortality would be higher than it happened. So they kept on running their businesses. The public policies, of course, helped them a lot. But the fact is that we still have small business opening, new models, new markets, and so we can watch like the small business sector renewing itself and going after new opportunities, and these new models of business are coming up very fastly, and so it was a good surprise. And because of that, we somehow kept the employment level in Brazil. We had a big loss, then we kind of recovered the same level as before the crisis, thanks to small business. They are the ones that are employing right now. Another point that's very important, it's got a lot to do with this forum, it's the role of the municipalities. We started this strategy 20 years ago to build a huge network working along with the municipalities, the cities associations. And so they run a program dedicated to the local development. So that was very important. We had two themes, very important themes working together: the local government and network. So we are able to implement local policies kind of quickly. And so it's very, very important. But this matter of coordination is still a challenge, because we see a lot of actors or stakeholders working alone. So we don't have the systemic impact. We don't really impact the local community. We must have a bunch of them working together in the kind of the same agenda, a strategic agenda, local development agenda. And we were able to show a little bit of that on the last forum. We have this leader program in which we put the three sectors together, and they made a long-term plan based on the local reality. They made their choices, and they install a local governance. I mean, it's a hard work to put it to run, but it's worth doing that. So this idea of local government, local stakeholders, a strategic plan, a local governance, and we, organization, helping the external organizations to fit in their plan is very, very worthy. And so I would focus on that, like in a forum like that, how to put things together in the local plan, in a sustainable development strategic plan. Each region is a different plan. They have different realities. We must do it with them and work for them. So that's a little bit of what I'd like to tell now.
Muchas gracias, Bruno.
Thank you, Bruno. Very interesting, your perspective, your viewpoint, and what you said about coordination. Alessandro and Sabrina. Alessandro, you talked about this roadmap towards the future. What assessment or what is the assessment of the localization of SDGs during pandemic times? We've been implementing SDGs prior to the pandemics. We were on the way to achieving some of the goals. Then we had the pandemics, and this kind of altered the localization and implementation of the SDGs. Have you made any assessment on the impact of pandemics as regards the implementation of SDGs, and how we could come up with a roadmap in order to continue towards 2030 to reduce the levels of inequality that have been worsened by COVID-19 crisis? And Sabrina, you talked about coedition. I think that's the term you use, co-creation, right? Co-creating in order to address the issues. At this time, particularly where agility is required, better coordination is required as regards public response, where citizens are more aware of their rights. How could we accelerate this co-creation as part of recovery at the local level? First, Alessandro, and then Sabrina.
Okay, Jairo, you have asked the $1 million question. Probably, I'm sure I don't have the $1 million answer. But I would like to say a couple of to make a couple of considerations here. It is true that the pandemics has shifted all policy towards emergency, and it has been said. On the other hand, it has also shifted and forced us a little bit to think more clearly about sustainability, about building back better. Well, it's kind of these slogans are not empty, but are actually filled with experiments on this, and we have seen that in European regions. That communities are more and more paying attention to the SDGs and Agenda 2030 as a very meaningful and powerful framework in order to address their effort, their recovery effort on long-term sustainability achievements. And at the European Union level, this is reinforced by what we call the twin transitions. So the two most important political priorities of the Union as the European Green Deal and the digital transition. And these are part of a concept that would hopefully drive future policy effort also at the territorial level, so not only at national or European level, but also at local level, towards sustainability, which is also part of a long-term path for growth and jobs. Whether this works or not, well, it's a bit of a question mark so far. But there are a number of cases now where things are moving from the north of Europe to the south of Europe, and this is, I would say, a little bit promising, I think.
Muy bien, muchísimas gracias, Alessandro. Sabrina.
Quickly, a couple of aspects, one on impacts and the other one on coordination. Like that, I will try to answer quickly to the two. For impacts, I think the most important impact in my country is the rethinking of the central hospital-centric model. It's quite clear after the crisis that we have to work in an alternative model. Alessandro will laugh because he knows that cohesion policy since a long time is working strongly on domiciliated health services. We are trying since years to explain how important it is to have a part of the care at home and the other one hospital-centered. And I think that finally after this crisis there will be, I see already in the PNNR and different programs that we are putting down, that the philosophy is changing. So I would say this is one of the most important impacts. The other one in coordination, I just take the profit to tell you a wonderful story. Reactivation Italia, which is a big, enormous cultural association that was born in our country. This was exactly during COVID time. It was conceived before, but it was born during the COVID. It's a putting together universities, small associations, pharmacists, doctors, and in favor of marginalized areas, so concentrating on both remote inner areas and the peripheries of cities. This is an important also impact, I think, it went together with COVID, and it's an example of coordination, which is putting together institutions and civil societies.
Sabrina, muchísimas.
Thank you very much, Sabrina. Time is up. Unfortunately, I would like Paula, 30 seconds, final remarks from Argentina on 30 seconds. Everything's been said has been really very interesting. I think we have a challenge to involve all of the voices of the people that are living in poor neighborhoods. I think this is our biggest challenge, is to adapt to their needs, to address their needs, and the challenge is to have them involved in the in more participatory designs of policies. Thank you. Thank you, Paula. I'd like to thank all of the panel members, Peter, Alessandro, Oriol, Sabrina, Bruno, for this wonderful exchange. Difficult to close the panel and to involve everything you discussed, but I believe that territories and the stakeholders in territories are seeking for innovative solutions to address inequality and promote governance and more inclusive policies. We are called to a more agile governance that involves all of the stakeholders, mainly the business sector, the private sector, as part of the solution. This is becoming increasingly important. If we want to have different results, then we need to do things differently. I think this is one of the core messages that is being conveyed. We need to improve investment in public services, the promotion of alternative economic practices to encourage recovery and build more resilient communities in safer and fairer cities. I think this has been an enriching discussion. We've heard from 3 different regions, 6 different viewpoints. I really appreciate for your participation, your time and contribution. So we're closing this panel on innovative policies in territories and in urban cities to address increasing inequalities as part of the 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development. Thank you for your participation. Please join us in our next sessions as part of this forum. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Gracias a todos.
Córdoba de las campanas, así la llamó el poeta. Basta con llegar al centro histórico para encontrar sus iglesias de gran porte. Sus callecitas empedradas llegan a una catedral de aires barrocos e indígenas. Atravesada por la cañada que recorre la ciudad.
With the river that goes through the city called Cañada, Córdoba has the Jesuit block going back to the past 400 years ago, together with the estancias, the Jesuit estancias that were declared human heritage customs and traditions are the landmark of our culture. We are constantly working to empower all of the spaces in the city as an initiative of the municipality of Córdoba. We will get a grant from the European Union to add value to the historical district. We have what we call the local river promoters to ensure that area of the city. Today, more than ever, we know who we are and where we're going. Together, we enjoy our city. All of the opportunities in just a single destination. Thank you, Jairo, and thanks to the panel. Now we'll go into the thematic line on the next plenary session, the territory as basis for innovation and economic, social, environmental reactivation recovery. It is an honor to welcome a colleague who's be the moderator, who's here on the set, Ceci Pozoon. Welcome, and thank you for this introduction. Good morning, good afternoon to all of you from around the globe to discuss on this issue of territories as the basis for economic, social, and environmental recovery. Territories as a living thing that fosters interaction among different stakeholders. The health crisis that we're facing is actually it fosters or is a driver for the emergence of new capabilities. To begin with the masterclass, I'd like to introduce John Subirad, who is a researcher and professor from the Barcelona University. He is an expert in public policies, democratic innovation, and he is the author of several books and articles on this topic. Joan, good afternoon. It's an honor to have you here. Good afternoon. It's really a privilege to be here and make my contributions in this World Forum on Local Economic Development. As you well said, Cecilia, there are several questions that are posed because territory is common around the world. Wherever we are, the territorial factor is a key aspect in our lives, and we're all aware that territories are different from each other. It is really difficult to consider territories as homogeneous. So the challenge of this discussion would be to link the territorial factor with a more structural or global factor that concerns us, which is the great uncertainties that we're facing for our future. And the pandemics has contributed and accelerated a lot of these changes. Not long ago, I saw that there's an acronym that is used by the U.S. Army that was coined at the beginning of the 90s, which is Beacon. This is it's about 4 words that have become that are fuzzwords: volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. uncertainty, volatility, complexity, and ambiguity would, in a way, summarize the things that we're facing, the aspects we're facing, regardless of our field. What I mean is that there is a mix of globalization which makes a lot of the initiatives that were local or national or state are no longer considered that way. There's a technological advance that or breakthrough that it's not just one more change. I mean, so this is a great technological breakthrough that would change all of the economy. This is what happened, for example, with the steam engine and then Taylorism, and now with the new technological breakthroughs of the internet and the digital world. And at the same time, the speed that if even the Rome Cube stated that we had a climate emergency. Now this emergency is really urgent, that poses short-term challenges, and pandemics has uncovered that this is not only rhetoric, is not something that would allow us to use the wait and see method, but I mean it requires immediate action. The Secretary of State, Bill Clinton, said not long ago, or she provided a description that is quite precise. She said we had 21st century issues. We faced them, we approached them with ideas of the 20th centuries, and we use instruments that we used in the 19th century. I think this summarizes it very nicely. We have new problems, new issues that we'd never encountered before. Our perspectives and paradigms are 20th century paradigms, and the management and administrative and public institution tools are date back to the 19th century liberal transitions. So I think here the discussion of the territory should be based on this context. That is, the problems we're facing at a territorial level, the ideas we have that we could use to actually address the issues, and which are the instruments, the territorial instruments we have that could be useful to work on the issues. At a territorial level, what we have is, I would say, a lot of uncertainty as regards the future. We see a lot of differences because in the 20th centuries problems have to do with freedom and equality, and then in the 21st century what we have come to see is that there is a sort of an explosion of diversity, the issue of diversity. We no longer easily accept that inequality is the same as something homogeneous, homogeneity, so that women are treated differently because they are women, that we are treated differently because our sexual orientation or family structure is different, or our skin color is different, or beliefs are different. We are demanding, we not only want personal autonomy and be treated equally, but we want to be recognized as in being different. And it is much easier to consider to deal with this at a local level than at a state level, and this has a lot to do with the idea of welfare and policies to be implemented at a local level, because this creates a lot of complexity. Do you remember when we talked about complexity, volatility, everything changes, uncertainty, we don't know what the future is what's going to happen in the future, and ambiguity, that is, we don't have core values that would allow us to face these issues in a clear manner. Which are the prevailing ideas as regards environmental, technological issues, diversity issues, personal autonomy, inequality? Which are the ideas can be used to approach these issues? These issues can be approached through ideas that date back to the 20th century. In the historical moment, the Great Transformation, in a book that was written in 1994. In this book, Poulain said that after the Second World War, we were facing two main dynamics, mercantilism and the need and protectionism. And facing uncertainty and risk of mercantilism, people demanded protectionism. So they demanded protectionism by the state. Most public policies after the Second World War had to do with education, welfare, housing, and so on. These were basically responses to the uncertainty that was generated by mercantilism. So people did not live on what they produced. But people did not have any clear certainties, so they sought for certainty. So the question now should be whether this protectionism that Poulain talked about has the same characteristics, and whether a territorial factor adds new dimensions to it. In a discussion of Poulain, it was said that it is true that we still have mercantilism. Markets have expanded. We have global funds, global capitalism that impacts on territories. There's no state limit, so to speak. Large financial groups can actually operate in everywhere, basically everywhere. So this mercantilism, Fraser said, how can we face it and sort of balance it with some protectionism elements? And Fraser said that as it happened in the 20th century, this protectionism has to be hierarchical, so that it comes from the state, and patriarchal in the sense that there's somebody that is more knowledgeable and decides on the protection that is needed. In these terms, Fraser talked about when we talk about territories, that there's a new component, which is the human component. So this protectionism should involve diversity and the complexity we discussed before, so that it would also involve participation, sense of belonging, generate, that is, the scale of response is important. I mean, the state will probably have more issues to deal with, but the state, more issues to concentrate the protection components, but the municipal, local, and territorial component will be increasingly important to define collective and individual welfare policies. And as I said before, when we talk about instruments, the instrument we used in the 20th century, which was the public administration, was built with a Bavarian logic that somehow operates on indifferent efficacy. So it's important to address the needs of the people, but then we would have different categories like the elderly, the younger generations, the children, women, men, because in these categories that we used in the 20th century, now internal fragmentation or division is highly important, and people demand that they be treated in an equal manner and from a scale that is local. It's not a problem, but the state tends to confuse equality with homogeneity. So, and homogeneity is diversity. I mean, the contrary thing is diversity. So the great values that belong to the 20th century, freedom and equality, have to be triangled with equality, diversity, and freedom. And public administration, the challenge is when responding to protection demands and uncertainty demands, it should respond logically so that diversity is accepted. And this is easier to do, in local territories, territories that are closer than, from the state level.
That's where I would say, and now to focus a little bit more on the governance and administration, it's very important in this kind of forums that municipalities is a key topic. I see that municipalities are the answers, the contemporary answers, modern answer, and attractive answers to reflect the needs, the response, and the current responses by giving added value responses that place the possibility as quality response in policies, because that proximity allows them to work with more cross-sectional logics. They relate policies among themselves with logics that are less hierarchical, so they are closer to actual people's needs, and those people feel involved in the answers that were thought for them, and also that would allow that recognition of diversity. So in other words, it would allow to work jointly between equality and diversity. And I think that's very important. I really think that we need to reinforce decentralization, reinforce the territorial localization of policies. We have to, of course, debate what is the right scale. Not always the city level is the best one. We should have perhaps a wider territorial scale where the health, education, culture issues, and well-being issues can be approached with warranties. I'm not going to discuss the element of what is the right scale, whether it's a city level or maybe a wider territory, but I think it's important that that territory introduces two important elements. One, identity, that is a territory that people should feel as their natural habitat, and that would make them be part of that territory. They have to feel part of it. And also, it shouldn't be a territorial division that is in theory, but without actual facts, without being defined. It has to be very well defined and significant for people's well-being. I would say those are crucial elements: rainforest decentralizations and the territorial aspect, because our society is going towards delocalization. So moving a factory from A to B is not going to be so significant. The knowledge factor and creativity factor will be more important. Each territory would have to find the significant element of their knowledge creation, of their creativity and innovation that is specific to their territory and that could have a global dimension. And that's not done from the top, that is done from the bottom up. Territorial belonging, knowledge, and relating the well-being policies with that territory, associating them with that territory, which doesn't mean that the state level and the national territory is not important. I think decentralizing implies, more often than not, inequality, because the territories are not the same in resource levels. So planning, assessing, and redistributing should be above the territory of whether it's the state or a national level, that could allow the planning in a jointly as a country with to know whether those policies are carried out correctly, and at the same time redistributing resources. Otherwise, territories are going to be very different, and the capacities will be different as well. I think that is also an important factor when it comes to analyzing the future perspectives. And I'd like to finish now. I want to increase the debate. It's more important to be competitive or to be inclusive. In a territory, it's all right to mark that difference, to be differentiated, but at the same time, that significant difference has to work and be competitive and willing to be significant at global level, and always looking for social inclusion. The debate between the machine and the person, technology and people. For me, that kind of tension is going to be more and more important. The debate between the periphery and the central area, we have to concentrate resources in a place first, and then that brings about problems in the peripheral area. And finally, the tension that has always existed between looking for profit and working for social justice. If we're only looking for profit and you don't worry about social justice, you will end up having conflicts that will forbid you from having that tension capacity. I think those are the challenges that we have at territorial level in a moment, and then I'll connect again with what I said at the beginning. In a very volatile moment, a very uncertain moment, complex moment, with a lot of ambiguity in the issues that we face, and that we are facing with ideas and instruments that are not the right ones, and we have to be now innovative and think out of the box. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Joan.
Thank you, Joan. Very important concepts that you've shared with us. We're going to open now this Q&A session for all of those who want to ask him about some of the concepts that you discussed. Allow me, and until the first questions arrive, I have the first one. It has to do with how, from the public sector, can you think about and develop strategies and answers to the conflicts that you mentioned with the VICA acronym? How do you think about long-term solutions when VICA and the uncertainty is still a part of the routine? Can you divide that in territory sometimes the supranational jurisdiction and the short-term ones at local level. I think it's key to find for a diagnosis that is shared. I think it's a mistake to think that the territorial dynamic could be approached from afar without having the territorial capabilities. In that sense, it's obvious that another element that appears in all the debates these days is the co-production idea, sharing, co-creation, this idea of finding diagnosis about the territorial situation and about the perspectives of that territory from shared dynamics without excluding external voices that would give us an outlook that cannot be too pleasing and not too critical. So to find that blend of stakeholders in the territory, dimensions and resources of the territory as well, with outside viewpoints to see if we can contrast of what we're doing in the territory in a more global dimension. For me, is to introduce, we have to introduce those diagnoses, and I would try to avoid excessive diagnoses that are technocratic or technical. I would mix in the Freudian way. I would mix knowledge, I would mix different protagonists, because I think more often than not, for instance, now I remember the debate that we're having in Spain about the need to reinforce from the scientific and cognitive point of view, you feel that it's very hard to transfer dynamics that are typical of big cities to territories in which the research centers, the universities and all that, it makes no sense. But in those territories have a type of knowledge, a type of richness and wealth and values that if you work in a contemporary sense, it has a promising future. We must remember that one of the problems that we are going to face is the CO2 emissions because of the transference of products manufactured from one place to the next, especially food products. To take out the local, I think that topic to bring out the local community is going to be very important, to combine local productions that apparently have a very small scale, giving them a dimension of knowledge and reinforcing that capacity, that capability, and finding global spheres makes a lot of sense. And with that, I'll finish. I'll also try to avoid an idea of an excessive specialization. The specializations are good because they have special values, but excessive specialization, the dynamics of hybrids and cross-knowledge, new ideas with old ideas, dimensions, interdisciplinary dimensions, are the ones that do serendipia, the generation of new innovative knowledge. The more specialized the surrounding, the more it tends to reduce the serendipia capacity, that by chance opportunities. So shared diagnosis and complex management of that territory is key. I have questions from Carlos Jorens, from Oru Fogar. He says the centralization was the way of governing in the 19th century, during the first part of the 20th century. Then we started with the duality, but it's not consolidated around the world. Can we think that in the 21st century with local and regional governments are as strong as the national government or central government? What I would say to Carlos is that that's exactly my idea. Yes, I think that we are moving towards that complexity you mentioned that required that the superstate government and sub-state government, it's a little bit more difficult, even though with the states, the governments have recovered strength. But we have to maintain a high concentration at state level when the well-being elements require acceptance of diversity, which is very difficult to set it at that state level. So they need to be under the state decision-making level. And also when the big challenges at global level go beyond the state level. Therefore, without thinking that there is going to be any sort of decadence of the states, I do think that there is a strong trend towards reinforcing the well-being surroundings more linked to the territorial environments, whether local or regional. Because I think that that's a dimension that would allow us to work better with complexity and the diversification that I mentioned before. I have another question from FAMSI. You mentioned diversity, uncertainty, and also the conflict that are typical of these times. In the local territory, those conflicts are more intense. What public policies do you think are the most appropriate to increase cohesion within the diversity that you mentioned? What is the role of public services in that regards? I think they have a key role. And I'm going to insist on something I said before. I'm going to go deeper in it. That idea or that confusion that the public administration has done between homogeneity and equality. That idea of making it different, confusing everybody, treating everybody the same, and instead of treating them indifferently. If we think about what happens outside public administrations, we see that a key quality service factor is the customization. And we can see that that happens anywhere in our lives. The options and the choices, the way we dress, the food we eat, we choose to eat, and the options that we have from the artistic and cultural aspects. And that customization is what somehow gives quality to judgment. So public services, the tradition has been that the quality was by making it indifferent. And I think that's a mistake. And it's not easy to solve, I understand that. Because laws are usually very homogeneous. They treat everything in categories, and legally they become a problem when you make ad hoc laws for very, very specific groups. And we need more and more responses because there's a great diversity among the young people, men, women, children, the elderly, those that were affected by the pandemic in different ages. We have to see what happens around us. So public services should be able to face that dilemma between equality and diversity, and to work in those categories. The service must be able to frame the different problems, giving them a response that is not low value in terms of diversity, but that it recognizes that diversity. And how can that be done? Well, diversifying and making... Well, we cannot respond in a simplified way, something that is complex. complex reality requires a complex response. Therefore, if we talk about diversity in situations, let's look for services that respond to these complex situations. Let's mix categories, specializations. Let's find formats in which proximity allows us to cross-sectionally deal with those policies. And we can do it at state level, but at territorial and local level, sorry, that cannot be done at state level, but that can be done at local level. I would say that that's where things are going through.
Another question, what do you think about reliability of institutions and whether this decentralization can actually sort of gain the reliability of institutions back? Good question. In 2000, the European Union published the White Book on Governance, and the considerations back then was that reliability had been lost. Reliability is a key, is a core component when facing inequality. If there's no reliability, if what prevails is the individualistic approach and not trusting in a more global, public, collective approach, and then this collective response that is needed is perceived as untrustworthy. This makes things more complicated. What is common, what is public, is not only institutional. We need to build collective capabilities to face common issues from the public sphere, not only from institutions. And here, at a territorial level, it's easier to do to create partnerships to approach this sort of political sensation that is oftentimes it appears as positive, like don't worry because I'm going to deal with your problems. I'm from the public administration. This creates dependence, and it creates sort of the client-business type of relationship. So with my resources from the public administration and your resources from the citizenship, we should look for ways to to improve. And so we need to do this. We need to build ties. We need to trust each other, because I'm saying, as the administration, I need you as citizens. That means that I accept that and that is a factor to consider. Another question, for developing countries such as Cape Verde, that has a political system that involves the local power through municipalism, how to address the problem of municipalities which don't have the necessary resources to fight inequality, social inequality. This is an important issue. The municipal environment or municipal government is under financed from the point of view of public expenditure distribution. When Franco died back in 1975, the public expenditure distribution was from the central administration, 12% of the local administration. And now, the public expenditure distribution in Spain I believe there is interference. Somebody else got in. Anyway, what I was saying, the public expenditure distribution in Spain in 1975, 45 years later, is 51, 36, 13. So the state level dropped from 80 to 51. The regional areas have grown a lot, but the local level went to 12, 13. In countries where the level of public policies is more advanced, for example, Nordic countries, Northern European countries, the public expenditure distribution is 60% local administration, 40% state administration, and then regional administrations. So most of the policies, health, education, and social services are at the local level, and I think that is an interesting horizon. And it is not that simple because nobody wants to lose power, right? I mean, in terms of resources, but it's very difficult to address the issues I discussed before without strengthening the territorial municipal environment. So this question from Cape Verde, it requires a redistribution of public expenditure and a renegotiation of public spending. Deep down, the state power should realize that it's better to plan, redistribute, other than manage resources at a territorial level. There's an obsolete viewpoint that confuses power with the number of resources that I manage directly, when it is the number of assets or resources that I plan and that I assess. This is what I should consider. The last question: which tools could we use to achieve balance between social justice and an equitable distribution of wealth? I talked about redistribution, and I'm not a decentralizer. I mean, without limits. I think we need to decentralize in some fields and centralize in other fields. Decentralize in everything that has to do with public services, and centralize regarding planning, redistribution, and assessment. So as to be able to identify what's happening at a territorial level and reorient resources where necessary. Information systems should be shared, but they should be centralized, because these systems allow for territorial decentralization, because everybody is part of the same information system. And social justice has to do with redistribution, not creating, this effect: who has more receives more. So we should reinforce redistribution policies, for example, education and health, so that these distribution policies later need require better social policies. And I think this is a big shift in the administration that do not take place overnight, but this is a trend. It's an inevitable trend as regards VUCA, which is here to stay. It's here for good. Uncertainty is something systemic. I mean, our life on the planet has always been uncertain, but now the scale of our uncertainty is much greater, and this requires transformational responses that demand the involvement of the territorial environment. Thank you, Joan. I'd like to highlight this concept that generates or poses a big challenge, that recovery or reactivation as development should be understood as a cohesive or comprehensive approach to overcome VUCA. And this development should be important to innovate on new models, production models, distribution and consumption models to ensure equitable, fair, and sustainable growth. It is a big challenge, particularly during COVID-19 crisis. John, anything you'd like to add just to close? Thank you, Cecilia. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank everyone for the invitation and consider these issues that are so transcendental for and then good luck with the rest of the forum. Thank you, Joan. I'd like to also thank the organizers for the invitation, and thank you for your participation. Thank you, Cecilia, who's a local journalist. So it's important to continue discussing these important issues through the website, the forum website, in the participate section that you can see here on at the bottom of the screen. And also in this section, you'll find the forum, and here you can exchange opinions with other users. You also find a cafe. You'll be able to meet other forum members in a more relaxed environment. And there's also instant messaging and video conferencing among users. These are the different sections you can visit on the website. We'll now have a 20-minute break, and then we'll begin with a plenary session, Territory as the Basis for Innovation and Economic, Social, Environmental Reactivation. During this break, this 20-minute break, we'll be visiting different areas of the city, what is called Crisol Island, and local artist Fly Caroline will give us some musical presentations. Thank you. We are convinced that social and community economy is reality for employment, and we make decisions based on social justice. We launched the active card that encouraged proximity economy and circular economy. We shifted paradigms. We turned our fairs and markets, and we provided different infrastructure. We helped people involved in the markets and fair traders that actually are the ones that sustain family economies. This has become one of the stronger gender policies we launched. We also encourage different programs, volunteer programs, different freelancers and workers that participate in the programs. Today, more than ever, we know who we are and where we're heading. Together, we build new realities. Cordoba, capital city, all of the opportunities in a single destination. This is the river walk of the city, and this is an artistic intervention. This is we're through this artistic drawing, we are telling the story of a local storyteller. The spaces that were selected by artists are for everyone. Cordoba has everything, so enjoy it.
Muchísimas gracias, somos Fly Fly Caroline y estamos muy contentes de estar tocando en este hermoso lugar para todos ustedes.
sin aprender a buscar. ¿Cómo fue que de ser tan libre pasé a malgastar mis horas pensando en todo lo que harás cuando ya no estés conmigo, saltando en la cama? Me encontré traicionando mis ideales por algo que
And we're back after enjoying the beautiful music of Fly Fly Caroline, beautiful breaks, and knowing a little bit more about our city of Cordoba. And now we are going to participate in the plenary session around topic number 1. We'll see the presentation video now. The territory as base of innovation and reactivation, social, economic, and environmental reactivation. This activity is organized by FEMSI, or FOGAR, and NC Duke. It will be led by Emilia Saiz. She works for UCLG. She's worked in local and regional government in different roles and addressing different issues such as participation of women in decision-making processes at local level, cooperation and decentralized cooperation. So, welcome, Emilia, and this plenary session is in your hands. Thank you. Good morning, Cordoba. From Cordoba to the world, welcome to this plenary session of the 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development. It's really a privilege for the UCLG to organize this plenary session and to be a very active part of this World Forum, this 5th edition already, with a very important topic. We are going to talk about the localization as the base of innovation, and the environmental, social, and economic reconstruction. We are at a key moment, at a turning point, where we have to rethink many things that we already knew, but that now we have been able to make evident in a very cruel way with this health crisis that we are undergoing, the pandemic. The pandemic has put in evidence our weakest production moments and our social model. And it's proven that it hasn't been working so well, and some topics that some territories have been working for a long time, now they have become more urgent. We are talking, for example, about inequality that we were all aware. It was a topic that we had to live with. While there was growth, inequality was not that important to us. I'm not saying that we were not doing things to achieve and to overcome inequality, but I believe that we have to admit that we were accepting inequality. Inequality is one of those topics, but for example, the weaknesses of the food models and the relationship that we have with the planet, we see the planet as a resource and not so much as a vital space that we have to have a kind of different kind of relationships. For example, innovation perhaps has developed with more individualistic interests than public interests. And for example, digitalization that we say these days is one that may perhaps has to respond to the better good, the greater good. And we have to discuss that. If is it true whether territories where that transformation has to happen, and as a city person, I believe that yes, but what challenges are we also facing? And for that, we have a very nice panel, a very diverse panel. We'll have the opportunity to talk with global perspectives, national perspectives, and local perspectives and regional perspectives. Is it true that we have to reset our production models and consumption models, well, then we will have to reset the role of the public factors. So I think many of us say in this pandemic context, what's public is back. It's in the center, in the core of the agenda. And I wonder, how is it that some of our guests perceive that? So I'd like to start with a global national vision with Gabriel Ferrero. I've met him along my professional career in different capacities, himself and myself, and now he's ambassador for food safety, global food safety in Spain. Gabriel, in these transformation times in which we're all restarting the new and asking ourselves how the new normal will be, if we can call it that, new normal. What is the role, in your point of view, innovation, territorial innovation? And that's where we are going to be able to obtain it from the territorial aspect, or how do you see it from the national global perspective? Let's try to make it fluent and that you have more rounds to discuss. Let's start with 4 or 5 minutes, okay? Thank you, Emilia. Thank you for the invitation to share this space, this conversation space. Of course, it's the rebirth of the public, together with the rebirth of territories and the closer spaces for healthcare, for services. It's a new relationship with consumption, even with public policies. That's what has to seal the new normal and the different norm, the new different normal, the recovery. That has to be a transformation more than a recovery. From the public aspect, there are some key aspects. I think it's the moment for that rebirth of the public, but also for the visualization and experimentation of the proximity. That's where, in difficult situations like the one we are undergoing, that's where we go to the closer places to get care, healthcare. So the territorial approach and putting the territories as interaction spaces and healthcare spaces and economic spaces, to put them in the core, has to be a key aspect of the recovery. There are two key aspects. One of them is that from the territories to bring about action, passion, vision of the stakeholders that make of it, adapting them to the territories and those ecosystems, those cities, small, intermediate cities. That long-term view of the territory from shared frameworks that translate in investment, bottom up. That's the key. The second one is from bottom up, and not so much because we need more public policies beyond the territories, national or international or regional, to favor that urgency from bottom up. Not only that, I think the next step we need to get is for those policies that are now more top-down to think about transformation, infrastructure, connectivity that you mentioned, how the agricultural food industries work, how we get the space of the territories as the place where we generate the energy for now and for the future, that now the main central power stations are producing. Territories, since it's in that space, how do we introduce the outlook of the territories in policies that are beyond territories? How do we get these traditionally sectorial and top-down policies introducing the lenses of what's territorial and how to do it in the territory? And that has huge implications, because if we think of renewable energy, for example, solar energy, wind energy, from the territories, we will be able to get this revolution, this energy revolution that dynamizes the production and that adds value to that specific territory. If we don't do it through the eyes of the territory, we will see it as just energy production for consumption in the city, and it will not articulate the territories. And then it will be an exogenous element that will be exchanged for some land, maybe, and there will be disarticulation. So, and what that means is that we need a new social contract between the territories and society, civil society. So how to articulate that in governance? Well, maybe we will have more, we can talk about it later more.
Thank you, Gabriel. Some important aspects, a new social agreement with the territories as a stakeholder, but I think also an important issue that you brought about is the need for an articulation. I mean, when we talk about subsidies in the presentation by Joan Subirats a while ago, he said that there's things to be done from the territorial level, but other things such as subsidies and financial support that involves two things. States should not do the things that territories have to do, and vice versa. In this co-governance that we are after, we need to refine the issues, I mean, the different levels. And the other thing that you brought about, which I like, is to see territories as a fabric. I mean, cities, I think that other speakers will also bring it up in their discussions.
Of the Sustainable Food Systems Programs and G20 Senior Serper Expert of the Prime Minister's Office in Italy, Francesco. We have had the pleasure to work together within the context of Urban 20 as well in your under your capacity as a Serpa of the G20. For the first time, G20 under the Italian presidency is putting intermediary cities very much at the heart of its agenda. For us, that is a very important component of this territorial approach. Food systems are playing also a very important role in the G20 agenda, and under people, planet, and prosperity, I think we can find a lot of the components that would drive innovations from the bottom up. Can you share with us in these first 4 minutes how you are experiencing that discussion from your Italian capacity, but also from your Serpa capacity in G20? Welcome, Francesco.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here, and thanks for inviting the Sherpa office to this event. Yeah, the underlying objective of the Italian presidency was in fact to bring the type of innovations your forum and your platforms are discussing to the attention of the leaders of the G20. Under, as you said, the general policy umbrella of the Italian presidency, people, prosperity, and planet, which you could even just say the SDGs. It's very important that we make sure that international and global processes support the local authorities and in particular cities. We know, we have seen that SDGs are going relatively slow, also especially because of COVID now. So getting the agenda, 2030 agenda closer to citizens goes through also a strengthening, direct strengthening of the role of cities, and in particular intermediary cities, because it was very interesting to see at the end of last year this article and some first evidence by Nature on the fact that for the first time the artificial mass on the planet has surpassed the natural biosphere material in terms of what we build, objects, roads, infrastructure, buildings, etc. So I think, in particular, intermediary cities can be a cornerstone of a different development model. Cities are very important in general, no doubt, but we should also think of a bit of a different model. If we have seen the mistakes of the past and this tendency of policy, investment, research, urban planning to really focus on the importance of large cities, and often in low-income countries, mega cities, too big, obviously. This has contributed to the challenges. If you think how much our cities are contributing to pollution and unhealthy lives, but also climate change through emissions, we really need to think of another way of doing things. And I think some countries, hopefully Italy, but also Spain, and it's great to see Gabriele again, who was part of this discussion until recently, and few others, of course, have thousands of cities where things are easier for the citizens because they are smaller. You can reach services by bicycle, if not walking, etc. So they are much less impactful on the planet. The challenge is to make sure that the intermediary cities, of course, are connected to the large cities and the rest of the economic opportunities. But if we could contribute, including through the G20, policies and investment to make sure the intermediary cities are part of the economic growth and are remain central also to the COVID-19 recovery, we could be getting to a good path towards the SDGs, because they would be able to guarantee the local actors and their spaces to guarantee economic, social, and environmental sustainability much better. And it is very important, in particular, that low-income countries and some countries in the south do not make some of the mistakes that the richer countries have made. And so, in particular, the Italian presidency is putting this conversation as part of the Sustainable Development Working Group, where I sit, to support low-income countries and developing countries, intermediary cities, to take a sustainable path and become protagonists of SDGs. By the way, not only cities and mayors themselves, but also provinces or counties. In some countries in Africa, they're called counties. And we also had intervention. We are exchanging with our friends, for example, in Africa, because they are exactly that connection between the national and the local governance. Also, provinces or regions are very important. But it's also important to say that this same reasoning is not only for developing countries. In fact, the G20 presidency is also put the issue of climate smart cities, as well as circular cities, and the role of digital services in cities on the agenda of at least 3 other working groups of the G20. So I'm happy to say that, in fact, the overall presidency is really looking at cities to become protagonists of the G20 own development, but particularly also in low-income countries. And together, I think we can build a better world. I would have a lot more to say, but I'm happy to see where the conversation goes.
You will get an opportunity to expand on some of those ideas. Very, very interesting to see this issue of intermediary cities in your presentation, and how you see the role of those cities. I think the issue has been not only on the models that we have been developing in terms of cities and the size of cities, but the issue has been the private investment has really gone to the big infrastructures of metropolitan cities, and we are a little bit dependent now on the public investment going somewhere else, and getting the private investment also to join that. And I think that needs to be part of our discussion. I would like, because of the references that you have made to the Global South, we are very privileged to have with us the President of the Assembly of Regions and Districts of Côte d'Ivoire, Eugène Akawolele. And I would like to give him the floor to give us his perspective from Côte d'Ivoire. Monsieur le Président, à vous la parole.
Okay, so you can hear me. It is a privilege to have the opportunity to speak in this World Forum on Local Economic Development that addresses territorial issues as a way for social, environmental, and economic recovery. I would like to also add the cultural, because we consider that culture is really significant. To give, to share cultural heritage is very important. So for this reason, I would like to share, to show you, to share some of the contributions, local contributions in terms of decentralization policies. Territories are for us truly the space where we can decide on the future of populations, because generally these territories are the spaces that have all of the wealth of the countries, and they should be the main contributors, but we usually see them as the poorest ones. So territories must generate wealth, but this wealth should not remain in those places, but it must circulate so that all of the rest of the cities can have access to the essential services such as water, health, building, drinking water, right? So what we try to do here is to, first of all, provide a framework to come up with regional strategies and decide on what we have to do, so that this is collaborative. This is done in collaboration with the different stakeholders. This is what democracy really is, applied democracy as a whole. It is important to be able to decide on what to do. We need to see which are the side effects, which are the schools, excuse me, that we have to build, which communities need water and essential services. This is what decentralization means to me. This is a coexistent collaboration between different communities, because diversity of populations living in different areas, and the fact that they can talk about their territorial issues gets them closer. I mean, this creates a true social cohesion, and at the same time, competitiveness among the cities. Each city, small city, wants to develop, and the neighboring community also wants that. So it's important that all of these cities, begin to compete with each other. So I think this is very important. The other thing I'd like to highlight is that in order to, in each meeting, we should show what we have achieved and what we are achieving at the central level. And to be able to achieve this, we need synergy among local authorities in order to decentralize. This is this is what we mean by decentralization of local administration that would represent different ministries, different departments that should work together with local governments in order to supplement each other, because there are different areas that can be left aside and that would actually belong to national administrations so that they can be supported. In terms of innovation, let me give you an example. We have been able to, for example, schools, high schools must be built in the capital cities of the departments. They should be built. And we were able to build these schools in smaller cities, and we call these proximity schools. Where there is a population, there must be a school. This has to do with administrative criteria. We can no longer think that only large cities must have schools. We have understood that intelligence is in smaller cities, and children, their children, will help us obtain, for example, will obtain scholarships from the state in order to continue studying and become the best students of the country and of the world. In the last 40 years, since the 60s approximately, we built, in the last 40 years, we built 10 schools. But in the last 15 years, we were able to build more schools, over 15 schools in smaller cities. This explains how we're working in terms of educational redistribution to increase the number of schools, thereby increasing schooling rates. And the same goes for health. We were able to build nursery centers or health centers with nurses that are trained in their own cities, and that it provides access, healthcare access to that population. So when we train, for example, nurses, these nurses live in those populations, and they can provide healthcare access to that population. This also creates sort of an economy in the region or the area. Just 1 more minute, 1 minute left. Because we have to finish with the first round, so just 1 more minute. Innovation allows us to have, allows for transformation, while for a long time we were in, developing, raw material. Now we have developed associations or partnerships that allow for transformation of raw materials, which is very important for development. Thank you very much for this first round. Many solutions and good practices were presented for the second round, so you could probably think about the challenges that you still have to address, but this in the second round.
Now we'll talk to Manuel Calvo. No, sorry, Carlos Martinez, Mayor of Soria. So we know that we can promote equality and innovation out of the cities in many of the, due to the failures of many of the concentration formats. So what's missing? What do we still need to do for this to happen? Because I think speeches are very much aligned, but at the end of the day, I know that there are still many problems. Can we talk about co-governance? Where are the public services within the national and international agenda? That's one more thing that I'm concerned with, because now that we are saying, as Gabriel said, you know, we see the rebirth of the public. We say the public is back. That's what we say. So public services, however, and especially financing and funding public services, is not really back. At least it's not in the agendas, international agendas. How do you see this, Mr. Mayor? Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure for me to share this beautiful space where to replace Juan Espadas, I'm going to make use of this space, and now, of course, I'm speaking from Soria. It's a much smaller city than Seville, but so to answer to your question, I think it's a political commitment, the responsibility that each one of us has, democratic responsibilities, to understand that this is not about a skills competition. It's a competition to try to leave behind any competitors and to any sort of fight, and to work as politicians for the people. And that's what has to cascade and permeate in the political decisions. I think we need to be very careful. We have to share and be honest with ourselves to understand that before we win the facts, we need to win what we say, our speech. And the idea is to share. It is true that we repeat many cliches. The reinvention of capitalism, this crisis in 2020, is the rebirth of the public, but we have to be very alert, because the reality is that we have everything on the table, and we have all the UN nations have agreed on the Urban 2030 agenda, which means a new international development model. For me, there are three main pillars. The first one is governance, which has to be much horizontal. We have to try not to look for competitions among administrations, but collaborations and cooperations among administrations, so that they improve the quality of people's lives. But also we have to reinforce that governance, the role of our international agencies have, starting with the UCLG and the UN and all the intermediary entities, the multi-level in the organization and administration, to solve problems of a world that we don't think is completely global. And then public policies behind governance/democracy. I think that goes hand in hand. Public policies, we have to work on those in 2 or 3 points. On the one hand, the public services. On the second hand, the regulations, the regulatory aspect, a key tool in Sorry, we lost the connection. We have lost the mayor, Mr. Mayor. We've had connection problems. Mr. Mayor, can you still hear us? I think we're going to have to wait for a while. In the meantime, while we solve this technical... Oh, he's there. Okay, he's back. Sorry, you were talking about the regulations, the second aspect. We can't hear. No, we can't hear you. Sorry. No. No, we can't hear you yet. And I see that your phone is open, your microphone is open, so maybe the technical staff can help us. We can't hear you, Mayor, Mr. Mayor. If we can't hear you, I would go back to Gabriel. The mayor is talking about political willingness. Francesco is talking about a new outlook that we need to extend to the global north, the southern global south, a renewed outlook of the whole system. How do you envision the articulation among the different stakeholders? Can you explain that a little bit more from the connection of the global agendas and with the local actions? And then we'll see if we have any luck with the mayor. Thank you, Amelia. It's an honor and a pleasure to have Carlos in this panel, but I'm going to pick up where he left off. So to have that focus, the territorial local focus to public policies that are usually defined at higher levels, how to have frameworks that allow the territories to grow and for the cities to grow, whether it's small and medium cities. And in order to do that, governance is key. It's key because if we don't work and we don't work on the resources of all the territories, but if we work on those but we are disconnected, then there is no validation, and they need to have basic services, the infrastructure of where to do them. And the previous speaker actually said those governance have to have all the levels on the same table. That is the co-governance space. We are experimenting now. How is it possible for us to do it? I'm thinking about in Spain, in the fair transition, how that fair transition from the minimizing position of the transition impact in towns that produce carbon or other productions with high impact, they are defined together with the national and regional administrations. And we should also aim at a huge transformation, which is the transformation of the agroecological food products that also generates a very good rural fabric that and I'm talking about not only the north and the south. I'm talking about everywhere. Those spaces are key, and in many cases we have to create those, because for the transition that it was mentioned about the energies, it's not just minimizing transition in terms of employment, but also it's to go to the definition of the territory and adapting the value that will translate into a transition for that territory. The land, the space, the wind for the production of food. Carlos, the mayor, said that the SDGs and the agenda of the UN opens up a place to discuss, to agree, And that articulation at global level has been put in place, but it allows also for transformation of agendas to be put in place and for national and public policies. And last but not least, the local administrations are global actors, global stakeholders. We have to think that globalization, that they're only actors of globalization in terms of public policies, international public policies. The state governments, they relax and they say, okay, they don't respond to the reality. They respond to a 1940s reality. That global actor that implies interconnections among all territories of all kinds, from the food they are produced and put on the table up to the Seville mayor or the Soria mayor or the Paris mayor. They have to discuss things that have to do with leadership regarding climate issues. And that multilateral discussion needs to bring the glasses of the territories to the global sphere. And there is a lot of work to get done. You're working in the UCLG, and the strongest part of the multilateral approach is exactly that. Yes, thank you very much, Gabriel. You are absolutely right. I think we are right now in that turning point where those spaces start opening up. After many years of knocking on doors, I hope that those political efforts really pay off. And now we go back to Francesco in a space as the G20. How is that new common agenda? How is that new common agenda experimented? The first time we have a universal agenda, which is critical, I think, and then the SDGs merging, I think, is very, very important. So the UN Secretary General is reinforcing that idea, and we are trying to develop those. But in order to do that, we go back to the pillars of Mayor Martinez. Mayor, you were showing us those pillars: governance, democracies, public policies with services, public services, and regulation. That's where we stopped. Good afternoon again. I'm sorry, I got disconnected. Thank you so much for telling me where I was cut off. So regulation, public services, and the third pillar within the public policies is investment. Investment, and the clear example is investing in public policies for a new regulation to have, for example, among the strategic plans and sectorial plans, to have connectivity, which is exactly what we have missed so far. We have to try to pass those public policies from the sectorial to the territorial. We have great strategic changes ahead in energy, great strategic logistic plans, great plans in electrical, railways, but unfortunately, they're all very sectorial. They are not in territory, divided in territories. So we try to compensate with a more inequality gap. And then, so the emergency of having territorial plans, because they are the key to develop equal opportunities. Everybody repeats that. Not to leave anyone behind, or not to leave any territory behind, in order to not to leave anyone behind. So let's localize the development of those transformation plans that are put in place everywhere. And I think that sometimes is so obvious, but we ignore it. And it's not so much. I mean, the capabilities to decentralizing that we can do in local governments, channeling the opportunities from a horizontal governance so that we can put that in the on the table, and the agenda on the table. And we can definitely give more opportunities to everyone, regardless on where you live or who you live with. the Ivory Coast, they talked about culture, and I think that's also key. Education and culture are the base of transformation. It's the basis of transformation. So the pillar of culture is not. I think it's a cross-sectional pillar, and it will generate it will lead to the generation of policies like the ones we're talking about. And the third one, it's the production systems that I think it will heal the pandemic. It has to do with public policies, with governance, but it also has to do with the regulations in the markets. We cannot rely from the food standpoint or the energy standpoint or from the health standpoint. We cannot rely on those huge production concentrations that under the profitability umbrella, they don't guarantee the supply that we need for everybody. So we're talking about a basic health pharmaceuticals supply, and it has to reach every corner in every country, and the production systems must have their own strategic plans and to ensure that all territories in a moment like the one we've undergone can supply in a very efficient way to all the people in all the territories. And with those intermediary cities, we can have urban pillars that can solve those things. Of course, also the international agendas, the urban agenda, the climate change agenda. We need something that guarantees basic essential services in all the territories. And I think that's the third pillar that I had to explain before, and I will say something finally. We can talk about this in a very clear way. We have to define. I wasn't able to follow his speech live, but I followed it later. I saw it later. The scales definition is key, because then the investments on public policies are key to define a global strategy, and the administrative scales and the strategic scales should be and should match with the democratic scales, because the citizens should see the reflection of their right to vote with a return on public policies that then they will have to be accountable for. That's one of the key aspects. Development scales planned based on the democratic decision-making of our citizens to make a follow-up and to hold them accountable.
Thank you, Mayor. When we talk about scales, and as regards what Subrat's discussed, we're not only talking about quantitative scales, but also qualitative scales and spheres of government, which I think is a very relevant issue. And you brought about something that I would like Francesco to address for the second round. Francesco,
how sectorialized we are. And I think what the Italian presidency within the context of G20 is trying to do is to get a little bit from that only sectorial approach, but bringing this other dimension. By bringing intermediary cities into the discussion, it's a more systemic approach. But however, I don't think it will be easy to bring this in the logic of the G20, even if it is quite needed from our perspective to have a more territorial approach where you have mainstreaming, in fact, of many of the issues. If we really want the SDGs to be the framework, we will need to get out of that purely sectoral approach. How are you looking at this from where you sit now, and what do you think Italy will be working on from this perspective?
Thanks. It's very useful to hear also the other participants. The way we are approaching the multidimensionality of this is Well, as I said, different thematic work streams are trying to identify the role of cities for different sustainability objectives related to climate, the circularity of our economy, etc., and also the way low-income and developing countries are supported. But in particular, we are attaching a number of cross-cutting priorities that we hope can inform the future role, and also, as you say, financial support, hopefully increasing in the future for the contribution of local authorities to territorial development SDGs. In particular this year, because of the continued COVID pandemic and what we have realized being the interconnections between people, planet, and animals, including animals, the One Health approach. I think the Italian presidency is proposing for the G20 to adopt a common vision that the current pandemic needs to be tackled by making and recognizing these links and understanding better how we can act to improve health services for people by making sure we address the drivers of what has happened and is likely to happen, unfortunately, unless we change the way we deal with nature and we encroach the land through agriculture, urban development, etc., to the habitats of animals and plants, generating pathogens that then end up in things like COVID-19. So the One Health approach for us is a political umbrella, and I'm happy to report there is a lot of interest from all G20 governments worldwide for this approach, to make sure that we learn from what we have done wrong in the past, and we build the territorial development, urban planning, national policies, and investment frameworks in a way that the health of people, plants, and animal can be considered together. So that, I think, it's a promising approach, and we need, first of all, to understand each other, because we are partners but very different, so it takes a while to understand each other on these terms, but hopefully seeking ideas on how you can articulate in different sectors and at different levels. Of course, you need a general overall international support to do One Health approach, and there are international organizations working on it, but we also need national governments probably adopting a national framework and policy, but then we must include the local authorities, as they are the frontline providers of these services, as like we are seeing with vaccines, for example. And so this is very important that we get the suggestions also from you and your platforms and your fora on what is the articulation of the One Health approach at the level of the territories, and what should be the responsibility of mayors, for example, on this. So that's for us a way to approach the multidimensionality. And lastly, there is a very important debate that we need to have on the financing of these priorities, so that cities and mayors have the fiscal space to actually do all of the beautiful things we are hearing, which unfortunately, despite an increasing attention to the role of cities and local authorities, remain a big bottleneck. In many countries, there is still a bit of a competition on resources, and a kind of a de facto blocking, some political economy factors blocking the real devolution of powers and budget powers to the ground. And so I think that the G20 can contribute by thinking of innovative financing instruments. There's some other work we're doing, and we hope that by generating much more private capital alignment to the SDGs, this will naturally flow to the local level, because governments have a tendency to generate budgets for the national government and keep the leverage on them, whereas the financial markets are much more agile to targeting where the needs are and when the markets are. And there, I think probably private flows will be faster at reaching the needed ground. And there is where I think multisectoriality will be achieved, when also resources increase.
Thank you very much, Francesco. I think, as if I may, a reaction to these, I think what we are facing with the private sector is that the investment is not interesting enough for some parts of the services that we need in the future, and that is, I guess, the part of the conversation that we will need to change. So it's not only about the fiscal transfers, but it's about changing the conversation with the private sector on what is interesting to invest in. And in order to do that, part of the innovation that needs to come from the territories is probably a different type of construction on public and private partnerships to be able to provide a different type of service. Because up until now, I think that the public sector has been defining the services that we needed and then looking for the contractor that was going to supply them, whether they did it well or bad, that is a different part of the discussion. And I think in the innovation that we are seeking, that kind of partnership will need to be transformed. But we might have an opportunity to go back to that. And another issue that you have brought up, which we are finding painfully difficult now, is that it is very hard to actually raise awareness about certain sectors like healthcare being more than the healthcare sector. So how do the rest of the service provisions support the healthcare? And many of those service provisions are in the hands of local and regional governments, like waste management, but also housing, but also water provision, public transportation. How does that all affect the healthcare? So I guess this pandemic is helping us go one step further in this intersectoral approach. And if we have time, it would be good to do one more round on this. But before that, I had promised the president of the Assembly of Regions and Districts of Côte d'Ivoire to go back to him and to hear from him what are the challenges that you are facing when implementing some of these good practices that you were describing. Is financing one of them? Is co-governance with other spheres of government? What are the challenges that you are facing? President, the floor is yours.
I think your mic is off.
I don't hear you yet. Voilà. Ça marche. Oui.
Okay, all right. I just listened to all of the exchanges, and I think that our concerns are not the same. We are not a country that wants to go to emergency. We have solid issues, sort of, crucial issues that we have to deal with. So, for example, our demographic rate is extremely important. Our resources are really limited despite the willingness that we have. Our resources cannot fail to promote jobs. The future of the country is a problem. We need to make a lot of efforts. You talked about partnerships. Yes, it is true that in order to create jobs, you need to form partnerships. We need to have dynamic partnerships and associations. That is crucial. we need to do actually what you're doing. The pandemics showed us the solidarity we have among the different countries. We have seen how unemployment it is an issue that that was brought about by this crisis. This will again transform into a problem for all of the populations. Everybody will have this problem. So I believe that the main issue for us is the rate of unemployment. And we need to prepare our younger generations because, you know, everything goes by, everything. So how can we have the younger generations, how can they be part of the labor market and be self-sufficient? No country has enough resources and capitals to address their own issues without the need, without the association with other countries. What COVID-19 crisis caused could impact on other countries and so on. I mean, what happened in other countries could have an impact in our own territories. For example, governance, resources, those issues have also have to be considered. If we were to work together, we should avoid wasting our resources. We need to share effects. I already discussed this, but inequality at a regional level this inequality forces us to use different resources, different groups that can help each other, that are, or other groups that are in the same inequality conditions. So differences can be reused as factors to help each other. I think I've just gone through the key aspects, but we should focus on you know, the having people, younger people or the younger generations in the labor market. So if we don't get this right, so younger generations is your priority, but in terms of public services, which would be the priority? You said that for you, unemployment and younger generations, that is the actual priority. But in terms of public services, which is your priority? If I understood that right, the transfer of skills, transfer of means, I mean human resources and financial means, because a region is also has also their own limitations. So we need to help them obtain the financial means and the human resources in order to devise appropriate health policies. Thank you.
I have a question from the FAMSI director. I'm so sorry he cannot ask the question directly, but the priority for the Côte d'Ivoire representatives is the young people, public services, the skills. But something very interesting is also the human resources, which is something that many administrations in Africa are dealing with, and also in Latin America and other parts of the world, they feel identified with. We also have a question for Mr. Mayor Carlos Martinez. I think that could be answered by all of you. Transformation towards so we're transforming, but where are we going with this transformation? When we were in lockdown back in March last year, most of the planet was in lockdown, empty cities, the planet had stopped. Nothing was going to be the same after that. We went out to our balconies. We were nice to our neighbors. We started to get to know them. We celebrated the first line of workers. We wanted less traffic, more proximity. Are those still the values that we are defending, or did we forget? Is innovation more digitalization, or no, being closer to people, more humanity? That's the question that comes from the FAMSI director. And I start with you, Carlos, because when the president of the Regional Assembly of Cote d'Ivoire told us that he thought that the priorities were different because what concerned him was the young people and the unemployment. I think the mayor of Soria has the same interest, young people, unemployment. I don't know if there is anything else. The floor is yours, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. I hope that you can hear me well. Okay, I was listening to my colleague of Ivory Coast, and I either express myself wrong or I'm not convinced of the great differences that he has seen in these meetings. I have an actual problem of lack of young people, lack of opportunities for my children, my young people, in a territory of a very developed country in the European Union. And then it's true that there are territorial differences that are, of course, very palpable, very evident in the internal regions and the scales. At the end, what lies behind all this is to apply the right public policies with that territorial scale that changes the territorial from the territorial to the global scales, and to give opportunities to everybody, to the young people, but to the older people too, to get the health care. I don't see huge differences. I'm sorry if I express myself not so well, because what I was saying is at the beginning of the speech, talking about government, is not only talking about multilateral or entities, international entities, but to work multilateral. If it's a democratization of rights, that's what I mean, in all territories, in all countries. And from that perspective, we need to try to apply cooperation and collaboration policies, multilateral, multi-level, in all the countries with all the territories. And then FAMSI's question, the $1 million question, where are we going with this transformation? And I think we've repeated this many times. It is true that it's like a mantra. I'm very optimistic. I hope that the horizon is for us. We need to develop ourselves socially and economically, like the UCLG are the people and the planet, and the method and the planet, open government policies. In order for that to become a reality, it has to change. It has to transform societies based on culture and education, which is, at the end of the day, what will make a dynamic society, a decent society, and a society that understands the political action of the institutions that are represented by. And from that point of view is where we have to try to continue these speeches and replicate that. And Emilia has heard this from me. This pandemic, as most crises, is always good for, it's always an excuse for not evolving in democracy, or any excuse is is valid when we economically set some public policies that at the end of the day punish the weakest and and protecting the most powerful's bank accounts. But that's not the international speech that we have everywhere. Nowadays, the countries that have fought the ones that have fought more efficiently have cut the rights and the freedoms of those the most vulnerable ones. The state, the administrations need to impose themselves when they democratize and to have access to all the territories. And I think with the vaccines, we still have a long way to go, because this is where we can see the seams of all the countries. And this is, the survival of the fittest. That freedom as the law of the jungle is not useful. And if somebody understands, it's the local governments. They understand this international mission, because in the forum, in this world movement that is the UCLG, we listen to everything, but we hear the realities of many local governments that even in authoritarian governments, countries, they share this same speech. I hope that we have more space in the decision-making tables so that our voice echoes more and stronger. But we are not, so I think we're on the right path, though. But I don't know if I answered what was asked. Yes, I think you've answered a great part of the question, and now you've added a lot of other ideas that unfortunately we won't have time to cover, but
Francesco, on this weird transformation towards what? That kind of open question, which the mayor of Soria is saying, well, transformation towards democratization of rights and not so much solidarity. It's not giving people the vaccines, it's allowing them to actually produce the vaccines. That is the kind of transformation that we are looking to. From where you sit, where do you think that transformation is going to be going, Francesco?
Well, I agree with most of the things said by the mayor. I would just add that I would see the COVID era to be a change maker in understanding everyone's responsibility on some of the global phenomena and global challenges. I mean, even climate for certain countries is very present in the season changing for farmers, but in many other countries, including in Europe, it's debatable whether citizens are feeling it. COVID, it was very different. COVID, we all felt it, we all stayed at home and changed our lives. So I'm hoping that the COVID will help the connection between the SDGs and the citizen, to be honest, because despite all of the work we do at our levels, the SDGs aren't in the mind of citizens in most cases. So now they can make a link, however, between the choices of consumption in terms of reducing greenhouse gases emission of eat and what you eat, for example, the food. I mean, that type of connection is easier to be understood now, that the global phenomena like climate change, destroying our biodiversity, etc., has now led to really practical problems of everyone. Serious problem for everyone. And I think that is gradually bringing naturally the conversation on the SDGs to the ground, to everyone's responsibilities for it. And I'm really hoping that the mayors, the local authorities, the councils can pick up this political opportunity to be speaking more easily about global challenges like the SDGs. And that would help the momentum to act faster. And to be honest, the G20, and that's the ultimate political purpose of inserting intermediary cities in the G20 agenda, is that facing our leaders, our presidents, who are very much typically a nation centralized way of thinking, to be facing a very local agenda, that should also contribute to this shift, we hope.
Yeah, I very much agree with you, Francesco. I think we should allow more conversations between mayors and national governments on the global context. Their conversations are very much on domestic issues, but I think a conversation with local and regional authorities from a global perspective of things would be really, really useful. And I think it's a true opening that the Italian presidency is giving us within the context of G20. Muy rápido, Gabriel, ¿algún pensamiento?
Very quickly, Gabriel, we have only 2 minutes. So nothing else to add, everything that has been said by everybody. I just want to have that last idea. We have to really go along with the transformation. Maybe one day there is a local assembly, global assembly. We already have it, but they're not listening to us. I can summon this assembly whenever you want, but I'm talking about the formal system. In Spain, in Italy, for this to be feasible, I think it's very important because all of this, the specificity of the territories and in Ivory Coast, in its territories, its cities in Spain, in Colombia, in all the countries, from those specific places to the global lenses and the global glasses that we should be looking through. I think we are working on it, and we have to continue doing so. Thank you.
Perspective of United Cities and local governments, this global movement that was founded in 1913 with over 250,000 members around the world. The mayor was saying it, we are very diverse and including local and regional perspective. We think the transformation probably should go towards a feminist movement, equality driven, with girls and boys, women and men equally empowered, with proximity and empathy at the heart of things. And ecological transformation should also be the next step, not the transition, but the total transformation, a new relationship with the planet and nature, considering the planet as a being with rights as well that we need to take care of for ourselves and future generations. And finally, municipalism, proximity. We all know, despite our very different context, what we want from our life, what happiness entails, is what living well means, what well-being is for us. Is very basic. Is the security of feeling safe and treated with justice and having equal opportunities. Our leadership always says we don't know what is coming, but we know how our future should look like. So with the hope that we have contributed a little bit to shaping that future from a territorial perspective, I thank you all for having participated in this plenary session. Les doy muchas gracias a
Thank you very much to all the friends from Cordoba for giving us this space. They said that Cordoba has it all, and I do believe that that is the case. They have even more. And enjoy the break, and thanks everybody. Thank you. Take care.
Muchísimas gracias a este panel brillante que hemos tenido aquí en el foro. La verdad que nos enorgullece tener tantas.
What a wonderful panel we had. So clarifying remarks. Thank you. Thank you very much for your participation. Now it's time to share your comments from the comments that we got from our social media. Does virtuality open more opportunities? 100%. Everybody agrees that we have more opportunities. And the second question is, have you ever had the chance to work in a similar forum? And the answer, 71% no, and 29% yes. So, having a virtual forum is an opportunity for more participation. And, you know, of course, it's really nice to have a live forum, but the third question is, would you like the forum to be streamed live in the future? Yes, 88%, and no, 12%. So those should be the people that enjoy traveling. And of course, we could have a hybrid, a mixed version after the pandemics. Next, this is a press repercussion in, for example, national papers, La Nación. And La Nación paper has also live streamed the forum. And Infobae, another paper, another local paper, a dialogue on local economic development, and this is the picture of our mayor. Punto a Punto, another local paper. Comercio y Justicia, another local media. This is retweeting the hashtag of the World Forum. Also some images of this event. La Voz del Interior, another local paper on the front page. Social media. Wonderful presentation by Joan Subirats. Excellent, thank you very much. Thank you. Very successful forum. Congratulations from Cordoba, Argentina. Listening to Master Joe Subirats, Luis Castelli, Sandra Pablucci, Network Forum 2021. Well, the master class we had at this morning. So let's continue. We will break now for a couple of minutes, but before that, excuse me, I mean, we will break now for a very short time, and then we'll continue with the next panel session. We'll be back in short.
El mundo nos pide un cambio. La pandemia agravó las consecuencias de un modelo de desarrollo desequilibrado, insostenible. Desde Córdoba, queremos liderar ese cambio de paradigma, con la mirada de quien cuida, valora y usa de manera consciente los recursos naturales. Creamos el ente municipal BioCórdoba para la conservación, protección animal, investigación científica y la producción sustentable como fuente de empleo. En ese marco, fuimos pioneros en una solución innovadora para nuestro jardín zoológico. Hoy, Parque de la Biodiversidad para el rescate y estudio de animales. Por primera vez, Córdoba será sede de la Cumbre Mundial de Economía Circular. Conformamos el clúster empresarial e impulsamos la capacitación profesional en la materia en conjunto con la Universidad Nacional de Córdoba. Creamos el Instituto de Protección Ambiental y Animal y pusimos en marcha el primer juzgado ambiental del país. La vida se abre caminos y nos marca nuevos rumbos. El bienestar de las nuevas generaciones y la mirada a largo plazo son ejes de nuestro presente y futuro productivos. Hoy más que nunca sabemos quiénes somos y hacia dónde vamos. Juntos cuidamos nuestro hogar. Córdoba Capital. Todas las oportunidades, un solo destino.
Hay un lugar donde el día y la noche se disfrutan distinto, pero con la misma intensidad. Un lugar que lo tiene todo y que está en el centro de todo. A donde llegás fácilmente, pero que es difícil abandonar. Un lugar con historia, con presente, con futuro. Un lugar que te sorprende, te emociona, te enamora. Un lugar donde se disfrutan todos los placeres y se calman todos los apetitos. Solo, acompañado, bien acompañado o muy acompañado. Disfruta Córdoba ciudad.
Córdoba, cosmopolita y diversa, es una metrópolis donde conviven pacífica y dialogalmente diferentes credos que a lo largo de 447 años se fueron asentando, creando arraigo y fortificando lazos sobre una sola base: paz y unión. La presencia temprana de las 4 órdenes religiosas más importantes de Europa dio a Córdoba, casi desde el mismo momento de la fundación, un marcado sello espiritual y religioso. Franciscanos, dominicos, mercedarios y jesuitas se establecieron en la Córdoba de la Nueva Andalucía, replicando sus carismas, adaptando las propuestas y proyectos evangelizadores a la pequeña aldea, marcando así nuestro indiscutible sello de Córdoba, la docta. Dejaron un legado traducido en un sinnúmero de edificios de alto valor patrimonial en las más diversas categorías, desde monumentos declarados de interés provincial, nacional y, como el caso de los jesuitas, patrimonio de la humanidad. Al finalizar el siglo XIX, la inmigración de diferentes etnias y credos llegaron trayendo devociones y costumbres que aún hoy se mantienen vivas. Esta diversidad se acentúa con la llegada de colectividades que se establecieron en barrios cercanos al centro, donde construyeron sus templos y centros culturales. Bien entrado el siglo XX, otros credos encontraron en estas tierras óptimos atributos para asentarse, consolidarse y formar parte de esta comunidad. De esta manera, la ciudad de Córdoba fue armando este amplísimo mapa de diversidad religiosa cultural, formando así clásicos y obligados circuitos del turismo religioso. Bienvenidos a la ciudad de Córdoba. Estamos esperándolos siempre.
Muy bien, y ya iniciando prácticamente el último tramo.
Okay, welcome back on this last session. Those of you who have enrolled for the roundtable will be starting soon. Roundtable on businesses, institutions, and comprehensive strategies organized by Hogar. It'll be starting shortly. 1:45 p.m. This is the starting time for the next roundtable, also organized by Hogar and FAMSI. And in the same channel, we're gonna presenting this panel organized by UCLG, and will share the presentation. Women as creators of inclusive local economies, sustainable and inclusive local economies in times of crisis, territorial policies and solutions for empowerment. This panel is within thematic line 2, economic models to address inequality during pandemic times. The panel members are Alejandra Vigo, who is a representative, and Verónica María Magario from the government of the province of Buenos Aires. And the moderator is Emilia Saiz from Citizen Governments, United Local Governments. It is an honor to be back, and thank you for your words. This session is really interesting for us all because we'll be talking about women, equality, and the importance of women to encourage inclusion, economic growth, but we'll also be talking about some of the challenges that we're facing when we try to empower women, empower them economically. We've been struggling for many years, women struggling across all areas, and I'm really concerned about having more women in the local government and more public policies for equality. We were able to achieve a lot of things. Of course, the situation is not the same as we had before. However, we have not achieved true equality yet. And we have this sort of a crystal ceiling and this ground that sort of stops us or prevents us from having the same possibilities, the same income. And in this pandemic, however, in this pandemic crisis that we're going through worldwide, even though women have been one of the most vulnerable groups because they have been dealing with many obligations and services that were so essential to deal with the crisis. Nurses, most of them are women to a large extent. People involved in healthcare activities, cleaning activities are mostly women, and the pandemics show that we are a vulnerable group. And so the panel today will address what we still need to do to take advantage of the power and the talent that women have with their empathy, their vision of the world, their knowledge, to encourage social and economic development. So we have the privilege to have a wonderful panel. I love welcoming Verónica María Magario, because we've been in the same, working in the same line to have more women included in local government spheres. And as a governor of the province of Buenos Aires, what do you think that we still need to do in order to see, I mean, to really empower women? I mean, we have seen this already, and we have to celebrate the changes that have taken place. But what do you think? What do we need to do to really leverage the capacity that we have as women? So we have a 4-minute round. Welcome, Vice Governor. Good afternoon, good morning, everyone, and congratulations on this prominent forum and meeting us here with, with Amelia. We've been working together, always advocating for women, and particularly Latin American women. That was the most specific job we did together. Emilia, you posed a key question. First, I would like to talk about the context and refer to the achievements that we've had as women as a result of a paradigm that shifted, and also as a result of our struggle, our fight for these achievements. Latin America was a large manifestation, but the whole world as well. The COVID-19 crisis kind of brought back some situations or issues where we had obtained several achievements in the political arena and also other areas where women were able to enter. And what COVID caused is we could actually uncover those gaps. So let me tell you about where I'm standing, because I was the mayor of the largest district, or the largest municipality of Argentina, over 2 million inhabitants. It could be sort of the fifth province after Cordoba and Santa Fe because of the population. It was just a municipality that did not have all the autonomies needed. And now I'm a vice governor of the largest province of the province of Buenos Aires, with over 100 municipalities, 135 municipalities that range from small cities that are close to the large urban centers, which is the greater Buenos Aires, that has over 11 million inhabitants. And then there's another area which is more agricultural. There's the coastal areas, the southern areas. The southern area is really similar to the Patagonia, with a lot of winds, very cold. And then other areas that are known as, the Rio de la Plata, which is a very important river. So all of this has a lot of diversities in the communities. And what happened with our women, and what we still need to do and to work on. And public policies, both national, subnational, and are really essential, and also local organization of municipalities. And we as women have a practice that is to form networks in the face of crisis, because our jobs not only have to do with care, but also defense, advocacy, the search for opportunities, the search for well-paid jobs. And this is seen in across all sections, and the most vulnerable sections have to be supported by local policies. In this regard, I'd like to share our experience in the province of Buenos Aires, which is large, which has over almost 18 million inhabitants, and probably compared to other cities is not as large, but for many, many countries in Latin America and the world is a large-scale population. We worked with individual districts. We developed the emergency committees, the local state, mainly the local governments, the mayors, working with all of the organizations of the society, such as the legislating bodies, different schools organizations, churches, charities organizations, all of the organizations based in neighborhoods, business people, SMEs, the development of the whole community. And women plays a key role in terms of organization facing crisis. These committees were useful to take different measures and how also to measures to support the vaccination programs and how to sustain the lack of employment, inequality, and of course, all of the gaps that arose. So these emergency committees were not the same in cities that have 10,000 or 15 inhabitants compared to smaller cities, 2 million inhabitants. So here we work together with educational policies, health policies. It was a great job we did, and we acquired a lot of experience. Now, all of this requires, growth, and if we were able to, through these crises, we were able to receive sort of customized canned programs, women in that regard. We have a more flexible outlook, and we need this flexibility in order to adapt to each situation. Emilia, I don't want to. Yeah, we should be concluding now so that then we can come back in the second round. But I have a question on this experience on the emergency committees. You say that you have learned a lot of lessons. Do you think that some of the roles that you have seen and some of the measures that have empowered these groups, do you think that some of these could become permanent, could be made permanent? Yes, of course. I mean, all of these organizations and these measures, they mainly had to do with the state of affairs, and these are part of the implementation of the local public policies. And this is really important because this arises from the contribution, the network, and the constant meetings that were held where everybody participated, doctors, nurses, people that were working in the communities and the neighborhoods, and the needs that kept arising. For example, elderly healthcare, the kids that were left in the houses, and the virtual education. There was a big change. It's not the same. You should know to teach virtually in an area that is absolutely rural, compared to an area or a city where there is connectivity. And even though there are sectors, there are areas in large cities where connectivity is really poor, and this is something that we have to work on very much in order to develop women and this great inequality. Our world is a highly digitalized world, and we need to enable accessibility to digitalization and technology. Otherwise, we're going to marginalize people. Thank you, Veronica, for your first presentation. And now from Argentina, we're moving to Spain, Andalusia. With us, Rocio Ruiz, who is the Council of Equality Social Policies of the of Andalusia. I'm sure that you recognize a lot of the things that the Vice Governor shared. And which are the challenges then that you're facing in Andalusia for this economic empowerment of women and, well, using their capabilities, their capacity for territorial transformation? Okay, the floor is yours.
Minutos.
Sorry, we cannot hear you. You're still muted. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I think you can hear me now. Yes, I'd like to thank the people that are part of the panel. It's an honor to share with all of you. Fancy PNUD. PNUD. I've shared many experiences before. I was with my peer in Argentina. We have different networks that during this pandemic we had to have a better bond to empower women to get out of this health crisis, this world pandemic, and understanding it from the human rights point of view, because the equality of genders is essential to build that prosperous world, a sustainable world that we all want. And it's true that we were able to achieve many different accomplishments. That are laws, social regulations that are important, but women are still discriminated against, and we are still not represented enough in leadership positions in politics, with less job options to make more money. And today there is an unquestionable point. Since for as long as this discrimination continues, it will be impossible to reach human rights, because they have to place the planet and the rights in the center of the world for peace and prosperity. Without equality of gender equality, it won't be possible. In Spain, in Andalusia, from this government, this administration, is one of the goals for 2030 to end all the gender inequality and discriminations against women, to ensure participation and efficient participation of women, equal opportunities in leadership positions at all decision-making positions, public, economic. Recognize that it's something that we also have to value during this pandemic. Those healthcare providers are the ones that were at the forefront of this pandemic, and we have to recognize and value the domestic work that is not paid, and through public services, infrastructure, and social protection policies, to have full productive jobs and decent jobs paid equally for men and women, as well as the equal salary. We have to fight for that salary or wage gap. The laws are to be followed at local and national level and aligned with the 2030 agenda and with the SDGs. But equality, local equality, autonomous world and local, and for that we have to coordinate ourselves with all the authorities and all the organizations, all the levels of administration, because the socio-economical empowerment in the recovery strategies is a very proven, evidence-based realities, and it's proven that the recovery are absolutely important, and we have to bet on these crisis periods. No one can say that or question a right that we've earned over centuries. Gender equality is a right, and applying and enforcing this right is very important to face the challenges that are more urgent these times, from the health crisis that COVID-19 brought about, as the economic crisis that are piling on due to this pandemic as well, gender violence, and world conflicts. Women not only are affected by these problems worldwide, but their context and their action spaces have the capacity to obtain changes and transformations that are needed to solve those issues. That's why fight against gender discrimination must be a priority for everybody, and now more than ever, because if we continue blocking the advance of women, is an obstacle for the transformation of the world. So political, social policies, conciliation, promoting these policies in Andalusia and outside Andalusia through our cooperation and international development agency. It's our competence to promote women's leadership. I'm only going to tell you how in Andalusia we are developing some of the important actions, such as from the Women's Andalusian Institute, we promote compatibility of responsibilities, conciliation. The conciliation is the actual conciliation with the rest of the co-responsibilities among men and women, working also on the social roles from education. For us, education is a very powerful tool to fight against inequality and gender violence, and more specifically in those contexts that are more vulnerable, that are discriminated much more in the rural area, women who are excluded or who work in or who live in socially vulnerable places. We want to facilitate the position of women in public lives, ensuring the image of men and women as equals, and developing digital inclusion policies as well, because we have to bridge the gap, promote scientific programs, the STEM, the studies on STEM subjects. We have a very low percentage of women going to university. The best of the digital competences and literacy, IT literacy, gives an incredible opportunity for women's leadership. And also working with multi-sectorial opportunities, introducing all the social stakeholders, economic and academic stakeholders, is the main tool to implement equality among men and women. We have to emphasize in the joint work among all the administrations and all the intellectual and economic players, and to work cross-sectionally with a different outlook, with transparency. And we also work with cooperation towards development, but I'll talk about that in my second part of the speech. Thank you. I'd like to say much more what this agency of cooperation is doing. Thank you very much for these incredible ideas, many important concepts: conciliation, co-education, working in networks. And speaking of networking, I'm really happy to have among us Makura Dao. She is the mayor of Swambolo of the Ivory Coast, and she has been elected as the network of locally elected women. Welcome. The floor is yours. Good morning, Emilia. Good morning, all the participants, to all the participants and panelists, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen. In our network of locally elected women, I'd like to thank the organizers of this 5th World Forum by Local Economic Development for having reserved this session for women as creators of local economies, inclusive and durable territorial policies and solutions for empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2011, we put in place this network by request of the mayors and those elected Africans, and this happened in Morocco, Marrakesh, Morocco. The goal is to promote the presence and the leadership of women in governance in African territories. In order to do so, we created the Commission of Equality for All People in the local governments of Africa. The organization is the voice that represents the territorial communities of the African continent. The structural network respects the different regions in Africa. Its secretariat is based in Rabat, in Morocco. It has the diplomatic statute as the organization, international organization, African Association. And to go back to the solution to fight against inequality among people and to allow empowerment, social empowerment for women in this current context, we must say that in this situation, African economies were very much affected by the health crisis that we are undergoing. Women were twice as damaged, as harmed, first in their income, but also in the increase of social and economic inequality. And why is that? Well, it's because the organizations, through a continental campaign, we're working to have in the agenda once again this idea of women empowerment in the local governments. Localization of solutions and sensitive policies for people is some of the reasons why in 2020 we launched with FAMSI in Spain this campaign. And this campaign brought about a very important interest on Africa. This campaign records more than 80 people that are participants in Africa. The goal of this campaign to empower women is to work with the different territories in Africa on economic aspects, political, financial, fiscal aspects that are good for the equal opportunities, economic opportunities, preventing gender inequality and discrimination, but also to put in practice some affirmative actions that allow women who are involved in the economic lives of communities and in their families' incomes. In this socio-economical context in the African places, this campaign tries to specifically go with the cities in order to accompany the cities to foster the resilient economies, local economies, and to achieve women's economic emancipation. In economic terms, that means to put emphasis on three axes: the reinforcement of the territorial collectivity skills, and also local policies, and putting into practice the learning processes among women, entrepreneurial women, women who are cooperative chiefs, and the ones who are in the forefront of retransformations as many other categories. 3, the capitalization of the potential that the digital aspect has, where promotion of the digital aspect is resilient. And in order to do so, the debate is open to the different members. We call them to put in practice these initiatives that I have just mentioned. this was the outlook that I wanted to share with you, the insight that I wanted to share with you in this opportunity. Thank you very much for your attention. I have just finished. Thank you very much, Ms. President, for this work that you have been doing in all the African continent. And now we go back to Latin America and Argentina. The president of this continental African network of locally elected women, Makura Thou, had talked about how important the role of women is in the African economy, an economy that is traditional, where in general the role of women have been critical because they're the ones in charge of caring for the family and housekeeping, but those are unpaid jobs, and that's why I would like to talk now to Alejandra Vigo. She is national representative for Argentina and president of, I have it in English here, I want to read it well, but president of the Union of Housekeepers in Argentina. She is one of those jobs that are vital, women have developed and have done for many, many years, and it's part of those unpaid jobs. And we will have to review and to transform if we want to really make use of all the potential that women have as an economic player also. Alejandra, the floor is yours. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to celebrate on the decision of hosting the Fifth World Forum in our city with a virtual set here in Cordoba City. I'd like to thank all of the organizers for inviting me to participate in the panel. Greetings to all of the speakers, local authorities, and my fellow panel members. Welcome to Cordoba. Virtual welcome to Cordoba. We expect to have you in person soon. I'm really, really glad to be discussing this on these topics and to exchange our ideas. Women as creators of local economies, because we talk about equality very often, but not as often we discuss how to find the tools, set the tool as the mayor from Ivory Coast said, this social economic autonomy of women. A good start for this would be today to have municipal and provincial budgets. The budgets should be oriented and include social aspects. The pandemic has worsened economic crisis and employment issues, and this has a big impact on women because in many households, and probably all of them, women have to provide emotional support and many times financial support, encourage everybody in the family to stay positive and also at the same time we should promote or foster entrepreneurship in the families with the leadership of women, with access to funding, encouraging the services and infrastructure. It was said here because these are all tools that in a way strengthen women's inclusion in the production or productive market or the labor market. COVID-19 impacts to all of the population, men and women, and COVID-19 has uncovered the need to strengthen the policies to address specific needs. And I'd like to highlight this. in our countries in the region, COVID-19 crisis has mainly uncovered the need that the state addresses gender issues in a comprehensive manner. I think this has been the kind of the hallmark. The crisis worsened violence against women. That's something that has to be considered when creating the tools. The current context has worsened the gender inequality and jobs that are not paid. All of this machinery that is kind of begins to operate in every home, in every household. We know that the distribution of these jobs is really is not equal because women devote 3 times much compared to women doing a lot of activities that are not paid. Outside the households, we have seen a lot of women that have to also do a lot of activities at home besides their jobs. They have to take care of family members' health, and we have seen this enormous load or responsibility that women have. That's why I said that the pandemics has shown and uncovered the role that the state has to play in fostering and encouraging entrepreneurial women, women, and recognizes not only the need for women to be economically independent, but also considering the many great contributions they can make to economy. In the case of the government of Cordoba, we've been working on this for some time now, implementing different initiatives and programs. First of all, the great driver was the first act on egalitarian participation in official positions. I've been a government official, and now I'm a representative, but I also manage one of the departments in the province of Cordoba that has to do with these issues. And since 2007, I believe that the commitment of our administrations, Juan Schiaretti's administration, has been in favor of non-discrimination and gender policies. This has been shown in the creation of different tools that will help in terms of women's independence. For example, the Center for Assistance to Women that are suffering from violence. There are specific programs for work inclusion and comprehensive assistance. Pioneer programs such as, there's, for example, a model that is working with women and in charge of the care of children, and because many young women can continue studying or working or find a job, and use these institutions that we have developed so that they take care of their kids while they work or study. Also, the protection for pregnant women and their babies. We created what we call the Ministry of Women. Cordoba has over 50 active programs to foster physical and economic autonomy of women. The Ministry of Women Now the budget, 2021 budget, will include gender issues. So I think that based on my experience, we need to we need to create the necessary tools, because economic dependence, independence is clear, is essential for all of us women. To do this, we need more women in politics, more participation in politics, so as to be able to position ourselves in decision-making places, more benefits so that these women can work, egalitarian education, access to financing. We need to address this issue, training and access to new technologies, and also the recognition, of unpaid jobs. And of course, fighting gender violence. Thank you. Thank you, Alejandra. We'll come back to some of these concepts, but before that, I'd like to give the floor to Malena Speche from the National University of Avellaneda. Malena, the floor is yours. We agreed that we have good programs in place, good solutions. We need to secure economic independence. We are aware of our capacities. What do we need? What else do we need? Thank you, Emilia. Good afternoon, everyone. Before dealing with your question, I'd like to thank the panel organizers for your invitation, the National University of Avellaneda and the Latin American and Caribbean Universities Coalition. All of the women here in the panel, we all know that there is no social indicators. There was inequality, deep inequality before COVID-19 crisis, and there is even a worse or deeper inequality today. So the world today is much more unfair than the world we had at the beginning of the 2020. This impacts health, education, and labor. And my participation here is on behalf on one of the networks. So what do we need to do as universities? Answering to your question, Emilia. And briefly, I'd like to focus on three things: digital transformation, Rocio talked about before, green economies, and care. Digital transformation, technological revolution, 4.0 revolution, is not something that'll take in the future. This is going on already. It modifies our environments. And so this revolution is sort of a neutral revolution, we may think, but it is not so in terms of gender, because this revolution, it's since the first years, women have been, we've been denied of the capacity. We haven't been considered as individuals that are capable of working and producing. This is taking place nowadays. And so universities have a huge responsibility to make access available and to foster leadership of women in these issues. If we believe that technology will be the main driver, then we could not, we cannot have so many people outside of the revolution, so we need to devise inclusive policies to include women and diversities in these areas, because the inequalities that we see in the labor market, horizontal segregation, and income gaps, we can track them before. So universities have a huge responsibility as regards how we're going to model the future labor market. Secondly, healthcare policies. If we want to have women not only in scientific programs, but in the higher education system as a whole, we need to devise systems so that maternity does not become an excluding factor. So we need institutions, educational institutions that would support this. For example, daycare centers, kindergartens, and the University of Avellaneda has a department to take care of their children. So what can we do in order to recognize the social value of caretakers? And yesterday they talked about the resources devoted to care activities that have a positive impact on the economy. But we need to think that healthcare activities that are developed in general, in informal conditions, in not decent conditions, we need to recognize and recover or measure the impact that healthcare activities have on national GDPs. These are some of the things we can do as universities to recover those jobs that women carry out in our territories. Finally, green economies is another sector that are the professions of the future. It is a sector that has a lot of women involved and a lot of men, but in managerial positions. So it is again necessary to train people, to train women, and then universities play again a key role to include women in more formal areas. Not only training people working in those areas, but also the role of universities at the time legislations are defined and developed, so that everything, it contributes to the inclusion of women. I think universities have a lot to do in this regard. And finally, just to highlight two things. As regards the responsibility of institutions, I mean the responsibility that everybody has, everybody involved in the institutions. I mean, institutions are really the people that make the institution. So anybody, any position we have in the institutions, in the organizational charts, this is what we're doing to modify or to change, to make changes in the three aspects that I mentioned before. So universities play or have a privileged role because they have to do with the social recognition we have as an institution, the role we play in communities, and because we are key parts in knowledge distribution or dissemination. So we have the biggest responsibility in building more fair societies, more equitable societies, more inclusive societies. And to build these societies, we need universities that are more committed, more constructive, innovative institutions, universities, because we know it's one of the engines or the drivers of social economic development in countries in general. So thank you very much, Emilia.
Thank you very much. I think it's very important that the role that education has. The academia in general, not only higher education, but all the levels of education should have that in this transformation. I'm afraid that there is a transformational concept behind it, behind the university concept, but I'm not sure that the university content, the curricula, are up to that transformation. And that will be part of a different debate, but thank you so much, Malena, for bringing this up. And maybe in the second, in your second intervention, you can talk about it. And now I invite all of you. We shouldn't be. We shouldn't be only talking about the traditional healthcare policies, but to put healthcare policies in the center of national policies. If that happened, how would that be transformed? The use of time, the quality of our public spaces, and the many public services, but it would also be transformed, that we would also transform the way we live as individuals. And I think that's a big part of the discussion, and I agree with Alejandra. We must have more women in the decision-making levels, in the public and in the private sectors. And with these words, I'd like you to start reacting and asking yourselves about these aspects, and let's begin this second round of opinions. I don't know who would like to start. Let's have the same order. Alejandra, you want? Okay, let's go with you, then Veronica, and then Rocio. All right, I pick up the baton. Thank you very much. In my experience in the public office, and I am still linked to this kind of career and life and working with women, tells me that on the one hand, the economy of caregivers, is not something that is new, but it started to be more visible and to be more in the agendas around the world, and that's very important. I think the key for all this, if I had to list what are the different places where I can get a new tool to achieve independence and how women can have an impact so that we can all have that economic independence. First of all, what I told you at the beginning, more participation, women participation in politics. The equality representation in the political parties. We still have more men in the political parties than we do have women, in order to have more women in the decision-making process. And I want to tell you my experience. As public officer, I am also the governor's wife. From the cabinet, and with my job I could influence and promote, so women have to reach power, because from powerful positions we can transform, and in order to do that we have to dare ourselves to work in politics, because politics is still the transformational tool. And then I would like to close with this, the recognition that part of that work that women have done their whole lives, and we are still doing 99% of the cases, which is housework, the unpaid housework. Eva Peron said women go out to look outside what they cannot find inside, and that is that recognition, because it's the only work they do, and it's exclusive of women, and they don't get paid to do it, so it's unpaid. So that is something that we have to continue working on, and I believe it's very important what was said before by our friend in Andalusia, that the cities must put all the efforts to do friendly cities with infrastructure and services that also contribute to this huge gap between paid job and unpaid jobs, so that we can conciliate these two matters with women. All right, thank you very much. I totally agree. I think that more women in the decision-making places, whether it's in politics or not, but, well, in politics is very important, of course. And I also think that getting paid is not just about economics, it's about time. It's not something new. We've discussed this for quite a long time, but I think that the digitalization era that we've undergone during the pandemic is also creating lack of time. So we're becoming poorer in terms of time. Women who are in more vulnerable families, they have less time, they have to share their working time. Many of them cannot work from home, they have to continue going to work, and it's complicated for them to have a daily life and to be the care providers. I think there is a huge potential that is similar to the transformation potential of a territorial vision and municipal vision of this topic. That is because they're closer to their realities. So let me invite you, Veronica, to say a few things. We say that still political parties are still men, the ones that are the majority. Malena said that in green economies there are some informal base works that were done by women, and then the high tech, that green tech, that are positions that men have. And I heard that when we put the caregivers in the right agenda, then we will be better. I don't know if you have something to say about that. What do we have to change? How do you see the political participation of women as a transformational entity? I don't know. In your experience, Veronica, for women, the personal life, the professional life is always in a mix. Yes, Emilia. First, I want to say something that our national representative Alejandra said. Congratulations, Córdoba and the governor, Schiaretti Juan, because he has done a wonderful job by hosting this forum. Women politics in Argentina and Latin America, we have moved forward, and we are being almost the same number in the lawmakers' positions, but not in the judicial and the executive powers, because the three powers are not even. We were able to do it in the legislative power. We advanced very quickly in Argentina. We had the experience of Bolivia. They were more than 50% women in the legislature, but the political parties, that's where they make decisions, need to be involved. It's without a doubt the experience, the local experience, that's where we have less and less representation, and where all of its organizations, I insist, in this idea of having networks where we participate, from a large corporation, a small entrepreneur, an SME, an educator, a teacher who needs to be a caregiver, the nurse, but also those that with their knowledge and their wisdom, must be allowed to develop the entrepreneurship that Alejandra mentioned and that we have to sustain. Taking these roles and these positions is very important because we are the voice and we are the ones who fight so that these transformations take place and so that women have the rights that we need to have, and so that we stop living out of informal jobs or unpaid jobs. We want to achieve the big conquests that were achieved around the world, that men achieved around the world in all types of jobs. Now, there is a very nice experience that was mentioned by Alejandra. In Argentina, the point of housewives who got their retirement and they get paid. That's a national policy. It was a national investment toward women and towards women who do housework. So we also had the legalization of the domestic jobs, other tasks that women do. They started having salaries, retirement fees, and nowadays they even have a union and they have social security and so on and so forth. All these issues that recognize and that put women in a formal situation and get women out of the informality, all that is basic. I would say that not only participation is important, but policies that articulate inside the municipalities with financial information, and most of all, in the network, threads where we can new scientists, new women in technology, but also in being entrepreneurs, in the development of industries, in the development of businesses. We women have a capacity to develop many activities of all kinds. And even so, we tripled the activities of mothers. That generates this possibility of doing absolutely everything. What I think is important for us to take away, Emilia, with us, is that women have been able to we have achieved a lot. The gender has conquered many things, and what we have to do again is to recover that path that we were building. I insist, the national administration in our country, we have created the diversity gender councils, but it's not enough with just having national, subnational policies. We also have to be applied in the territory. The territory is very important, whether it's big or small. And last but not least, that I'd like to leave you with is that women must face crisis. We have to continue making the effort in times of crisis. This pandemic is a huge crisis, not only economic crisis, but also sanitary crisis, mostly sanitary and health. That is challenging all of us to recover economy. The development, the productive development that we have to recover in each city and in each place has to be a development of strategies where women participate, where we design and where we articulate not only with one city but with many cities to complement one another. And this should also be the policy that we have to carry out in the Southern Cone, in Latin America, and those who have extended regions to develop together. We are in war times. I'm sorry, Emilia, but the last thought. We are in war times, and recovering from a war is going to demand a lot of effort.
Thank you, Veronica. I believe it's very important that you brought about this perspective, this international perspective, this strategic perspective, that the territorial approaches are really impossible these days without a global view of the global challenges. And now I'll give the floor to Rocio because she also wanted to discuss her experience on international cooperation. Malena after Rocio, and then we'll begin with another presentation we put together with one of our partners. Rocio, the floor is yours. You're very pragmatic, just like all of us. From the local to global perspective, this international network of cooperation, including gender, the gender perspective, in Andalusia with such a large territory. I'm part of the council, and I've been a councillor, and I've had the chance to implement the public policies with an agenda that was oriented or centered on gender equality. But we need this feminist outlook or gender outlook. And it is true that crisis has really shown all of the needs. But of course, crisis also can be seen as opportunities, because in all of the years I've been a civil servant, I've seen that the prestige, the recognition of women, because they have been the essential workers that nobody realized up to date how indispensable women were in all of the areas, such as health, all of the women that have taken so many responsibilities. And these jobs have been highly appreciated. So it is an opportunity now to have women or gender equality in the agendas. And for me, this is an opportunity because we've been speaking for a long time about responsibility, and now we're working with a third agreement or conciliation strategy, with a cross-sectional strategy where all of the areas have participated, different strategies concerning health, jobs, and so on, finances, all of the political areas, because we needed to legislate, to pass legislation on telecommuting, the use of digital platforms. So there was a big gap that we saw as a result of the pandemics. But if we did not pass legislation on that, then that would be falling into another, so to speak, another trap. And in Andalusia, for example, we found people leaving their jobs, women leaving their jobs, that 92% resigned because they didn't want to continue, because their income was reduced. And you know what this means. You know, when you're made redundant, then it is really difficult to come back to the labor market. We know about that. And that creates further inequality. So we had the opportunity to generate you know, measures that are in fact that are facts, public policies that are really solid. We can pass, legislation, particularly in areas where most vulnerable areas, like urban, rural areas. Caretakers, because one of the functions we have from the government is not to persist on this chain. Caretakers, we as women take care of the elderly people, our children. We want men to be also part of this area, caretakers, and so that they have equal, they share equal levels. The two approaches that were important for us, we're devising public policies. We need to create the... So you have a minute. The infrastructure, I was saying, to generate spaces and sustainable spaces and places to come up with, to develop, to build libraries or areas that would foster these agreements, conciliation programs, and also to assess the actual impact of public policies. And finally, the International Cooperation Agency that works from the local level through financing, investing on these countries. We're participating with the eight countries which are members of SICA, and to take these policies and also create networks, because this cannot be applied only in our territories. This has to be expanded, because we're talking about a world transformation, social transformations, and we can achieve this through these policies. Thank you. Malena, anything you'd like to add after the last presentations? Well, a lot has been said already, particularly about caretaking, and I think it's important to focus on inequality, class inequality. Caretaking activities are not the same for the ones that can afford caretaking activities or not. So it's not the same to develop public policies in urban cities, centers compared to rural centers. This is what Rocio said, and that's why the importance of universities, when I talked about the importance of universities being rooted in the economy, in the communities. So, and then what Veronica said, the articulation, that is, to universities go through the same issues, we have the same problems, we have the same challenges. So articulation between local government experiences and municipalities. So we have a lot to do in the territorial level, and this is key to address the issues that neighbors and citizens have in general. Thank you again for the invitation. Thank you, Alejandra, Veronica, Rocio. Thank you very much, Malena, and I look forward to having future ways of communicating. We're trying to develop a feminist, municipalist agenda because I believe they do meet. They have a lot of things in common regarding institutional models we have in place today, and we truly believe that by shifting the focus of public service and having the feminist outlook in the center, we can achieve a social transformation that can actually lead us to the social agreement that we're after. Thank you very much for your views, and now we'll take some time to present this guideline on local economic development with a gender perspective. Now I'll give the floor to Aroa Santiago, who is a gender specialist and economic development of the UNDP. Are you with us? Thank you. I'm here. It's been really a pleasure to participate in this discussion and this joint discussion. My presentation will be in English.
To English, and I'm going to share my screen as well. So it is a pleasure launching today the handbook that we have developed, the UNDP, United Nations Development Program, together with UCLG and UNCDF. And why this handbook? Well, I think it has been made evident by the panelists why we need it and how different the COVID pandemic is impacting women and men. And this is because of pre-existing gender inequalities. We have seen the fragility of the advancements towards gender equality. And this fragility is showing that the structural generators of inequalities, they remain untouched. So we still need to go to the root causes of inequalities. Also, the COVID-19 is menacing to hysteresis, and hysteresis in economic terms refers to the fact that there can be some impacts that can remain even after the crisis has ended. And in terms of gender equality, it can be skills obsolescence and structural unemployment, for example, for those women who had to leave employment to take care responsibilities. It was very interesting what it was mentioned about care, and Emilia mentioned, why don't we place care at the core, at the center of economic development? Actually, this should be the ideal. And we see, for example, that Canada has placed the care economy at the center of the economic recovery plan, because it shows that investing in the care economy, it has a higher fiscal multiplier than investing in other sectors. So it has higher economic returns. And this in part is because you are at the same time investing in an economy that is highly labor intensive, but also you are increasing women's activity rate. So this is also only part of the equation. I'm not entering there because colleagues have already covered challenges on digitalization, challenges on financial inclusion. I will just give an example. Pakistan provided an emergency transfer to individuals, and to make easy their application, they just had to apply with an ID number and through their mobile phones. But only 25% of poor women have both an ID and a cell phone. So this shows how important it is to take a gender perspective and to ensure that women have financial inclusion, has access to digital technologies, particularly in this crisis. Also, we see that governments are facing unprecedented challenges through this crisis. And through this, I want to give you some statistics, global statistics we have gathered, UNDP and UN Women together, on this global gender response tracker for COVID. It was launched last year, monitors more than 3,000 policy measures from more than 200 countries and territories. The measures are mostly national, but we know that many of them or most of them directly affect local development or local implementation or impact. And we see that, for example, only 13% of all fiscal, labor, and social protection policy measures are targeted to women's economic security. Only 11% of social and labor protection measures are addressed at unpaid care work. And we see that only 32% of countries, that are 15% of all analyzed countries, have no gender-sensitive measure at all. We also, with the University of Pittsburgh, saw that only 24% of COVID-19 task force members are women, and that there are no women at all in 12% of the task forces to respond to COVID worldwide. So we also saw some rays of hope. We saw that countries are massively responding to the surge of gender-based violence, with 149 countries implementing at least one measure in this regard. And 42 countries have also shown a holistic response that addresses economic security, care, and gender-based violence at the same time. And we also see that we are still in time to make things right. And local governments are key to transforming societies and economies from the bottom up. So this is why we're launching the handbook today. And I'm very pleased to show the cover for the first time. We have it online. We will be sharing the link. And this handbook aims to help with the planning of local economic development, and it is a joint effort done with UCLG and UNCDF. And within UNDP, we have done it with gender colleagues here at New York City, with local development colleagues in Brussels, with the SDG finance team, and with the support of our regional colleagues. So we would like to thank all partners for this collaboration, from the practical and in-the-ground constant eye of UCLG that has been coordinated by Sarah, that is joining us today as well, to the financial knowledge of UNCDF and the integrated approaches and know-how of our UNDP colleagues. And we hope that we will be able to have it in other languages soon. And this handbook also builds from a global program that we have been implementing over the past 5 years with UNCDF and UN Women on inclusive local development for least developed countries. And we do have a package of tools there, from training courses for local governmental officials, to tools to redirect finance, to gender equality, and in-depth assessment. So you can just reach us if you're interested there. But on the handbook,
you have 1 minute left, Aroa.
Okay. So the handbook pretends to be practical, simple manual, step-by-step, full of tips, examples, suggestions, and ideas. And it covers immediate and long-term measures with a holistic approach. And it also pretends to be at another step in our collaboration with the associations of municipalities, in this case, ULCLG, and other partners. What it consists of? It is a roadmap that it covers the steps of understanding the major gender issues during the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as principles and concepts to ensure faster, more solid, and more inclusive recovery. It also focuses on assessing what are the actual challenges on that concrete municipality. And it can be from a rapid assessment, one person doing a desk review, to a full holistic consultative process, depending on the time, budget we have. It can be adapted. It also focuses on planning, how we do an actual co-creation plan of the handbook. And of course, we needed to include funding. As our UCLG colleagues were stressing, you cannot really, and this is completely true, you cannot have a realistic plan if you don't have the funds for it. So it aims to ensuring sufficient financing for the planning. And finally, it covers implementing with practical tips, advice for implementation, monitoring, and next iterations. All these modules can be used sequentially, one after the other, or just use the module that you need in the particular time that you are at. So we look forward to starting working with the handbook with all of you, and look forward to continuing this joint learning. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Aroa, both for this interesting work and for the presentation of the handbook. We certainly want to make sure that as many local and regional governments make use of it. And I would like now to give the floor briefly to my colleague in the UCLG learning team, Sarah Hovlich, for some remarks on this before we wrap up. Sarah, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Emilia, and thank you very much, Aroa, for this comprehensive presentation. And mainly thanks to all these really very, very interesting interventions. And I think we at UCLG, we have in our learning work, we have a strategy. We stand UCLG as we are the bridge between the global and the local agendas, so the United Nations and the local governments. And we have been localizing now since 3-4 years through learning modules where we really enhance the capacity of associations, of networks to work with the global agenda better. And what we now have seen in this rollout of the SDG mainly, but also on the resilience, is that we need to address more the politicians in a holistic way. So for us, this handbook is a really important step, because it's time that we not only talk about our feminist movement, we also need to enlarge it to train. And our particular target group is, of course, young people, young counselor newcomers, we could say. And I was very impressed by the words and the passion Malena brought to this panel. And I was thinking, okay, how could we help you to become politician, to go for this path that is really very difficult? And we are really analyzing this. So from UCLG, we keep committed to take this work up and to embed it in a strategy. And the year to come, in 2022, we hope to create a larger learning agenda for this mainly female, not only counselors, and where we look on the SDG 5 really deep, localize it, and then also use this guide, which is a brilliant source and which shows, I think, a lot of quality for that cannot be only used globally, also locally. So I think it has been very clear that we need more leaders, just as the one we have seen in this panel. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Sara. Efectivamente, pues todo.
Thank you, Sara. All the commitment from the city movement makes it easier to us to put generations and equality in the center of in the core of our job. We're going to continue working for a feminist municipalities that accepts and transforms the territories. We'll go to the Paris Forum for Gender and Equality to bring leadership, local leadership and regional leadership. We believe that it's very important that your experience, Alejandra's experience, Veronica's experience, Rocio's experience, makes it to those forums and placing in the center of public policies everything that we have learned. And after that, we'd like to have a learning forum for the organized groups and the local and regional government associations, for the networks with counselors, women counselors, and to continue learning. It's not just the job of women, it's a job that requires everybody's involvement. And with that, I say goodbye, and I want to thank Cordoba once again for giving us this beautiful welcome. We hope we can visit you soon, and we hope that Cordoba it gets a lot out of this forum with all these ideas that we bring here. Thanks to the PNUD And thanks to the panelists for the patience that you've had with me. Thank you and take care. We'll see each other soon. Bye. Thank you. Thank you very much to all those who participated in this beautiful panel. All the words were very valuable, and we are almost at the end of the second day on this 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development. So far, we had more than 160,000 attendees and visits from all over the world. It's amazing what's happening with this 5th World Forum. This time we've made it 100% virtual. 160,000 people joining. Thank you very much. And now at 6:30 on the YouTube channel of this forum, we'll stream live the entrepreneurial emporium that is divided in 2 blocks. One needs for people to dynamize in economic innovation, social and environmental in the different territories. Daniel Herrero will be the speaker, the president of Toyota Argentina, and the moderator will be Sebastián Parra, the ADEC advisor. The conversation table will have 6 people from different sectors: agriculture, trade, technology, and SMEs, among others. And in block 2, we'll have more employment to reduce inequality and poverty, the creation of new sustainable companies in territories. Very interesting talk. This talk will be in charge of Rafael Ibáñez from Incluiti and Adventure Club Academy. The moderator will be Luciano Nicora, VP of Endeavor Argentina, a friend of ADEC. So we'll have this table also that will have 6 entrepreneurs and 6 businessmen from the province of Córdoba. Really proud to announce that, the entrepreneurial forum. And we'll meet again at 8 o'clock in Argentina, 1 o'clock in Europe. Thank you so much, Franco, for being with me. A pleasure, Mariana, and we'll meet again tomorrow at 8 o'clock in Argentina, 1 o'clock p.m. Europe. And we'll continue sharing and learning together about the possibilities that this 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development opens for us. Thank you. Thank you for joining. Thank you.
Después de un año marcado por la pandemia, sabemos que el mundo necesita soluciones transformadoras, sociedades más resilientes, inclusivas y sostenibles. De la mano de la Agencia para el Desarrollo Económico de la Ciudad de Córdoba, llega el 5º Foro Mundial de Desarrollo Económico Local. 5 días de transmisión en vivo. Más de 200 disertantes de América, Europa, Asia y África, construyendo respuestas territoriales, adaptadas al contexto global. Territorios e innovación, desigualdad y pandemia, el futuro del trabajo y el trabajo del futuro. Del 26 de mayo al 1 de junio, el mundo se da cita en nuestra ciudad. Juntos tenemos futuro. No te lo pierdas.